Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the fourth day of workshop on art and design thinking. We are at the session 8, Concepts of Digital Art, and we have Mr. Subhajit Nandi, our first speaker for the day, and I welcome you, sir. And I
Thank
hand
you,
it over
ma'am.
to Mr. Kaushik to start the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gitika. Today we have with us Mr. Subhajit Nandi. Mr. Nandi is into cinematic storytelling and film designing with industry experience of over a decade. Life inspires him to tell stories with innovative design and engage viewers with story continuity. He has worked with Toons Animation, Prime Focus, Maya Digital Studios Private Limited, and Byju's, all leading giants in the field of animation and design. He has worked as a show director for Supandi at Toons Animation, and nowadays he's developing more content for them. He is professionally skilled in content creation, storyboarding, animatic editing, script writing, art direction, character designing, to name a few. So I, Kaushik Lohani, on behalf of Amity School of Fine Arts, would like to extend a warm welcome to our speaker for the day, Mr. Subhajit. Over to you, Mr. Subhajit, for your presentation.
Thank you, Kaushik. So let's start the day with a video. Okay. So later on this video, I will continue my session, but start with this video first.
Nandi, I guess the sound is open in both the devices, what you have logged into.
Yeah, I'm using my cell phone's camera, and that thing is okay. Yeah. Now is it clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I need to share my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah.
Have you included the system sound?
Is it not audible there?
No. I think you have to reshare it once and include the system sound.
Okay. Is it audible now?
No. When you are sharing the file through your system, just when you share, there is an option to include the system sound in the Zoom as well.
Screen. Okay. Now I'm sharing again. Is it okay? Guys?
No, still I think the voice is not coming. IT team, can you please help?
Wait, I will turn off my mobile first. Maybe mirroring of these things is creating some conflict.
सर आपको ना शेयर साउंड करना होगा, स्टॉप शेयरिंग कीजिए एक बार उसको. Now go to share screen. Still its sound is not coming.
Not coming, right?
No. Sir, have you choose the option share sound?
There is no option for share sound,
Sir, there is an option. Just stop sharing.
Stop share.
Now, once you click na share screen, there is in the left hand there is just a little option share sound. You have to check on that.
Don't know why. Shall I leave the meeting and join again?
Have you joined, Mr. Subhajit?
Yeah, I have joined. Am I audible to you guys?
Yeah, you are audible.
But my camera
what? Pardon?
Camera is to be open.
So while I'm opening this camera now, my phone is getting mirrored with my device. So that's creating a echo, and that audio is not coming to you guys.
You can mute the audio of your phone, and that will solve the purpose.
Okay, first let me check my video is audible to you guys or not, huh?
Yes.
Is this audible?
Hi, my name is Tony, and this is Every Frame of Painting.
Yes, it is.
Okay, wait. Then is it?
Yes, it's audible.
Okay, fine. Now I will on my phone camera. Guys, somehow I am not visible.
You are visible.
Am I visible?
Yes, you are visible.
Okay, then I am not getting it here. Okay, no worries. Let's start with the session. Huh?
Yeah.
See, the subject is digital art and storyboarding for animation. So precise on that, I will start with a Russian video which has shake the world some 2 years back. So let's start with the video and I will talk later on this. Hello. 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 Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Nandi, you are audible.
Yeah. See, do you guys have any question why I have played this video? Hello.
Yes, yes, you are audible, Mr. Nandi.
Yeah. So have you guys any idea why I have played this video on the start of this session?
Anyone from the attendees who would like to answer?
Okay. Let me continue with my like findings. See, I have played this video because in today's scenario, what we see, like if we consider episodic animation on our criteria first, 2D or 3D, we see that animations movements are very limited, but the posings, the exaggerations, that things are most. Okay, so while we are on into a storytelling process, we should focus on our posing and camera angles rather than think that we will get it done while doing it animation. Your single posing could tell a complete story. If you have gone through this video now, you will get to know that every scene contains a single story. They didn't have to animate the entire scene. They have just given a little movements and the story was done, conveying everything. That was my point. Whoever is new to this business and about to start their career on animation, so if he or she is into storytelling business, he or she has to be a master in posing. Posing is the thing that does matter the maximum in this field. Okay, so I will share my screen once again to show you something.
Are you sharing the screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing, just wait.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Okay, then see, these are two kids who are into arm wrestling due to there is a duel between a pizza slice. They're up to a pizza slice. This junior one is provoking his dog to disturb his elder one that he could win the game. Okay, so what my point was, if anybody is crying,
Mm.
like he or she could cry at his or her fullest. Everything has to be extreme. If somebody is running, let that guy run in a, like, full mode. If somebody is conspiring something, that's what my point was altogether. Okay, so now I will show something like what we should keep in our mind while designing something for animation. So before that, I would like to present you a slide. So is it visible to you guys?
Right now, your flash screen is
Flash
visible.
screen is only
I
visible.
think you have to reshare or maybe minimize it down.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Yeah, see, if the artist has painted a cock, so how minimal brush strokes, how minimalistic is the design, but it is conveying the same presence, same value, same warmth, same, that 3D feel is also here, though it's a 2D brush painting. So See, the lady is in a pond with a tiger. Okay, this lady is into this part only. This small part only, and everything is means bigger than her presence. Okay, but our eyes are directing into this point only because of our mind is calculating it as a contrast value. We have never seen a girl with a tiger. That's creating the interest point. See the similar like cock. This is a cat also. The cat was not visible. Either the artist hasn't created this negative space. This is creating the silhouette more attractive. See, this is a cowboy. Okay, so what we have seen earlier, like cowboys used to in a like white skin guy, American guy, but this time this cowboy is a black guy, and every peripherals he is having is bigger than him. That's creating the value to get into him. So don't know why I'm not getting this. See, if we consider this painting as a like painting only, then our mind is not in a space to find anything. But if we see, we can see if it is like ancient piece of art. So these all over layers are modern. What my point was to create contrast. While you are creating something, ask yourself what you are telling a different. See a Madari on a modern street. I think this is similar to you guys, whoever lives in Delhi. See, this is also a cut. Another cock. Okay. Now, if we are into a task like we need to design something for our project, so what I should do, like I will not look up into earlier business like previous what artist has done. First I will ask myself or challenge myself what I can do new to it. See, if I need to design a villain similar to Amrish Puri. Okay, so if I have given a task that design a villain in a realistic mode, so I will find live references around me. I will find Amrish Puri is a great villain. So I will search Mogambo into my design. Okay, so what I will do,
Mr. Nandi, are you sharing your screen?
yeah, I'm sharing. Just let me search.
Okay.
So, guys, if this was my reference that time, okay, I will simplify this picture into a design. So first what we see is the face shape. I will bifurcate the face into simple shapes, and for the sharp features, I will shrew his jawline. What my point was, like while designing for animation now, you have to remember your like young age or hostel days. Like the more you wear, you have to wash it at your own without getting any help of a washing machine or anything. So the more you draw, you have to animate, you have to color the same. So while designing, you need to simplify your design into simple shapes. Like anybody can draw. Nah? There is not a like sheer chance you will get every time a good fellow artist with you. Maybe some junior is working with you. So keep the design as simple as that he or she could easily animate it in an ease. That is my point. Okay, now I will not elaborate on this. To keep the thread alive, I will go into how to create gag for animation storyboarding, like how to execute a gag. Nowadays what we see series, they are not very juicy with the gags or the storytelling. I would go back into Charles Chaplin time, and I will show you a contemporary guy, Buster Keaton, of his time, and his how he by himself only created few gags that time, which we even today also we are following the same pattern. To not to reveal the gag, the guy who is into this gag business, he or she will not even react or smile, but the audience will smile, audience will have the fun. Okay, share. Is this visible to you guys?
Yes, so your YouTube screen is visible.
Yeah, that's it.
Hi, my name is Tony, and this is Every Frame of Painting. There are some filmmakers who are so influential that no matter where you look, you see traces of them everywhere. I see this filmmaker's framing in the works of Wes Anderson, his acrobatics and stunts in Jackie Chan, and his deadpan posture in Bill Murray. He, of course, is Buster Keaton, one of the three great silent comedians.
He was, as we're now beginning to realize, the greatest of all the clowns in the history of cinema.
And nearly 100 years later, I think he still has plenty to teach us about visual comedy. So today, let's take a look at how the master builds a gag. Ready? Let's go. The first thing you need to know about visual comedy is that you have to tell your story through action. Keaton was a visual storyteller, and he never liked it when other directors told their story through the title cards.
The average picture used 240 titles. That was about the average.
240 was the average.
Yes, and the most I ever used was 56.
He avoided title cards by focusing on gesture and pantomime. In this shot, you never find out what these two are talking about. Everything you need to know is conveyed through the table and their body language.
Was
But
done.
what you had to say, you had to communicate to the audience in only one way, through action.
That's right. We eliminated subtitles just as fast as we could if we could possibly tell it in action.
Keaton believed that each gesture you did should be unique. Never do the same thing twice. Every single fall is an opportunity for creativity. Once you know the action, we come to the second problem. Where do you put the camera? Visual gags generally work best from one particular angle. And if you change the angle, then you're changing the gag, and it might not work as well. Finding the right angle is a matter of trial and error. So let's take a look at two possible camera placements for the same joke. Here's the first one. And here's the second. You'll notice in the first angle, the car takes up most of the frame, and we don't get a clear look at Buster until he turns around. But in the second angle, the car is placed in the background, and we always have a clear view of his face. This split second, where he doesn't know what's happening but we do, that's much better from over here. And in the first angle, the framing splits our attention. Our eyes want to look at his face and the sign at the same time. But after reframing the scene, our eyes naturally look at him, then the sign, and back to him. Much better. Now we come to the third question. What are the rules of this particular world? Buster's world is flat and governed by one law. If the camera can't see it, then the characters can't see it either. In Buster's world, the characters are limited by the sides of the frame and by what's visible to us, the audience. And this allows him to do jokes that make sense visually, but not logically. A lot of his gags are about human movement in the flat world. He can go to the right, to the left, up, down, away from the lens, or towards it. Look familiar?
She's been murdered. And you think I did it?
Like Wes Anderson, Buster Keaton found humor in geometry. He often placed the camera further back so you could see the shape of a joke. There are circles, triangles, parallel lines, and of course, the shape of the frame itself, the rectangle. I think staging like this is great because it encourages the audience to look around the frame and see the humor for themselves. In this shot, think about where your eyes are looking. Now, where's he? Some of these gags have their roots in vaudeville and are designed to play like magic tricks. And like all great magic tricks, part of the fun is trying to guess how it was done. Keaton had a name for gags like these. He called them impossible gags. They're some of his most inventive and surreal jokes. But as a storyteller, he found them tricky because they broke the rules of his world.
We had to stop doing impossible gags, what we call cartoon gags. We lost all of that when we started making feature pictures. They had to be believable, or your story wouldn't hold up.
So instead, he focused on what he called the natural gag, the joke that emerges organically from the character and the situation. Consider what he does with this door. Keaton claimed that for visual comedy, you had to keep yourself open to improvisation.
How much of it was planned and how much came out in the actual doing? How much was improvised, you know?
Well, as a rule, about 50% you have in your mind before you start the picture, and the rest you develop as you're making it.
Sometimes he would find a joke he liked so much that he would do a callback to it later. But other times, jokes that he planned beforehand wouldn't work on the day. So he would just get rid of them.
Because they don't stand up and they don't work well. And the accidental ones come.
He was supposed to make this jump, but since he missed, he decided to keep the mistake and build on it.
So you seldom got a scene like that good the second time. You generally got them that first one.
Maybe that's one of the reasons there was so much laughter in the house the other night. I mean, the younger people and I had this feeling that what we're seeing was happening now. That it had happened only once. It was not something that was pre-done and done and done.
And that brings us to the last thing about Buster Keaton and his most famous rule. Never fake a gag. For Keaton, there was only one way to convince the audience that what they were seeing was real. He had to actually do it. Without cutting. He was so strict about this that he once said, either we get this in one shot, or we throw out the gag. And it's why he remains vital nearly 100 years later. Not just for his skill, but for his integrity. That's really him. And no advancement in technology can mimic this. Even now, we're amazed when filmmakers actually do it for real. But I think he did it better 95 years ago. So no matter how many times you've seen someone else pay homage to him, nothing beats the real thing.
Okay, guys, I am done with my presentation. I would like to invite question from your end.
So first of all, Mr. Nandi, I would like to thank you for such a wonderful presentation. And there have been appreciations coming in the chat box regarding how you had given a real demonstration while you were talking about the posings and all. So that was really a very amazing session from your end, and quite extensive research that was visible in the presentation and the images that you had shared with us. So I think it's great for all of us, and obviously for the students, but there were a lot of aspects that were beneficial for even us as well. So thank you so much for that.
My pleasure. Okay, So guys, then we are done with the session, I think.
Any panelists who have joined, if there are any questions, may please ask. Attendees can pose their question in the chat box.
Anything you guys may like to elaborate from my end? Any
Yes,
bifurcation
you
needed?
can throw the lights on for the students on, because many a time I've noticed the students sometimes they are practicing only with pencils, and some who go on the digital media of sketching
Yeah.
to the tablet, they continue with that only. How well the balance should be there between a pencil and a tablet maintained by all the students?
It's similar to, first you have to learn the ragas, you know, the classical music you have to learn. Then only you can go to the modern retro or everything. First you learn the rule, then you break the rule. So my suggestion would be like at least 300 drawings per day for a year, at least 300 drawings. A student should buy newsprint papers, rough cheap papers, make a bundle or a spiral, and every time their second nature has to draw. Like if they're attending your class also, so whatever your notes are, it's better not to write the notes, either to draw the notes. So what they see they should draw. And while drawing I will show you something like they should wait, I will share my screen once again. Like while they're drawing, suppose one girl is standing at metro station. So they will go for the curve reversal format. Or somebody fat is sitting, fat guy is sitting. You know, that chubbiness, that inside out feeling should be there, not just to draw. What is extra on that pose? Maybe that guy will not give you some extra poses or anything. You have to now create your drawing with your imagination only. The force you have to bring it out. That's it. Any other question?
One more question I have. I just want to know your opinion about it. That how much role does acting plays in animation?
Acting
like
is
if you want to
everything.
be a animator.
Yeah, acting is everything. Even the like self-acting. Fix your mobile on a tripod or a stand and act it out. Don't take your first shot as a grunt. You know, refuse your first thought. Always. This is the rule of storytelling from Pixar. Always refuse your first thought. Go for the second one. Filter the third. Filter on the third. That's it. Like if I have a shot, I have a shot like the guy comes and sits on the chair. Okay, so the shot can be like this linear shot. A guy is coming and sitting on the chair. So if this is my first thought, I should go for the second one. Like guy is coming not by walk, she or he can be skied into the scene on a roller skater. Okay, throws off the skate and then roll the chair and sits down on it. That's create the value. to break the lineage.
Great. Any more questions from the panelists who are with us right now, or any student attendee may pose the question?
I would like to ask something. Mr. Subhajit, it was a very interesting presentation. I could see even it was a demonstration also along with the presentation, which
Thank
made
you,
it
ma'am.
much more interesting. My question to you is, if students or even professionals, they want to kind of research in this field, what are especially since you talked about storyboarding, what is it, what should they be looking at?
Okay,
Because
first of all,
sometimes students just start with what is already available and they don't go deeper into the subject. How do they do that?
see,
If you
first
could
you have to arouse the filmmaker into you. It's
Hmm.
animation is what? Animation is a medium only. At the end of the day, you are a filmmaker. Whether you are going to fix it with live action or animation, either of it. Okay, so you have to develop a keen interest into filmmaking. Like what you see is not what you see. There should be a story. And I would suggest everybody to read a book, Five C's of Cinematography. Five C's of Cinematography. I will show you the book cover here. It is like this is the book.
Okay.
And two more websites I would like to introduce here. One is so this is the Bible for any animation artist. You will get plenty of storyboards, plenty of background art, plenty of concept art into this single website. I will show you the content here, the stock of this episode. Like if I go for concepts and model sheets, see every film they have.
So what is the website called?
It's Living Lines Library.
Living Lines.
Lines Library. Okay. Another thing is this guy. It's Toby Shelton. He's a former storyboard artist from DreamWorks. And his works are awesome. I find them very useful for me also. Like every film, if you go with the films like suppose 2018, he has done see, this is the storyboards for Wayfinder, and you will get even like Megamind, then other all prominent movie storyboards done by him, even Kung Fu Panda, everything. Okay, and two books are there in market for students who want to develop their sketching into a next level. Those books are this is the book. Okay, for live drawing. And if somebody want to be a character designer then he should follow this book. Oh, sorry, I'm not getting that. So these books comes with the similar book, how to create characters from life. That I think that is the title for that book. I'm not getting the book over here. So if you see now his drawings here, like see, every drawing has so much of force, and see the confidence of stroke. His name is Mike D. Matisse. Okay. And I would like to show you one more thing. I don't know you guys are getting bored or not.
Yeah, no.
Okay, then see, some 10 years back, I have created with some of my fellow artists one show called Pakram Pakrai. So this show was for Nickelodeon, and we have tried first time chase comedy into Indian animation. I would like to share a few of it. See, this is the crisis he is developing. He needs to pee and the door is closed. Okay, let me stop it over here. And I would welcome any more question from your end.
Any of the panelists who would like to ask anything?
I guess no, there were no questions. And best thing about Mr. Nandi was like he has explained that not to write your notes and draw your notes, and even his answers are in the form of animations or drawings only, and that's the best part. That was a wonderful session.
Thank you, Mr. Varun. Okay, so shall we sign off?
Geetika ma'am, I think we can then move on to the next session. So once again, Mr. Subhajit, thank you so much for sparing your valuable time. I know you had taken that time from your on calls on with the going productions. So thank you so much once again.
Okay,
We would like to have you more with us in future.
Sure. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Subhajit.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good day.
So we can go on a quick break of 15 minutes, and the next session starts at 11:30. With Dr. Atul Chenna, who will be joining us for another session on animation, and we can stop the recording as of now for 15 minutes. Participants can remain logged in as we are about to start the next session in next 10 minutes.
Yeah, you were saying something? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Would you like to do a dry run of the
Sure.
presentation, Vishnu?
Yeah, we can play something and see if audio is coming, because I'll be
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
playing a few clips. Share my screen. For Zoom, I think we don't have to plug out the headphone. Now we can just, it will take system audio. Or I have to share. Let me just see. Share my screen to with sound. Should work.
Your screen is visible, sir.
Screen is visible, but I don't know where the meeting is now. Meeting got minimized or something.
I guess there's some network issue at your end, because the video is getting pixelated also. Your
There's
screen, and even your video is getting stuck up a bit.
Also, when I did this, Zoom got minimized, so I couldn't see you when I was sharing.
Your bandwidth is very low.
What was-
Your bandwidth is very low.
My bandwidth is low. Okay. Actually, we have 3 meetings going on now, so let's see. Okay. I fix it. 6.
Good morning, Dr. Sinha.
Good morning, Geetika. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good to see you here and
Good,
welcome
good.
you.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with my internet. My internet is slow today for some.
Hmm.
Even the video is getting stuck up.
But I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah.
Video is getting stuck. So let me connect with my Geo.
Sure.
This time of the day, everyone is connected to taking classes, meetings. Just give me a minute.
Sure.
Okay, now is it better now? Now I'm connected through Geo dongle.
The video is still freezing, but you can start sharing the presentation, sir. If,
Okay.
both are complete.
So maybe I can keep my video off during the presentation, and
That
because
is
because my net is not
sure.
on my side today. Yeah. Okay.
So
We
let
can
me
start.
introduce Dr. Sinha. Dr. Atul is an animator, painter, puppeteer, and a sound artist. He did his PhD from Jamia University, his first master's from New Zealand in computer graphics designing, and second master's from India in drawing and painting. Since 2007, he has been working as a senior assistant professor at AJK Mass Communication Research Center, Jamia University, where he was instrumental in starting the animation course, which is now offered as a 2-year master's program. His first short animation, The Haunted House, was included in Interactive CD-ROM Insight 5, winner of Tuan's Entertainment News Media Award 2004, New Zealand. He has also worked for various government and private agencies, including CEC, which is under UGC, Children Film Society of India, PSPT, Marks New York Life, Ratan Achievers, New Zealand, Youth Hostel Association, Rupa and Company, Teamwork Arts, Kathak Puppetry Arts Trust, Ishara Puppetry Theatre Trust, and so on. During 2017, he did a live sand art performance for World Health Organization's Delhi on depression and on the story of Rani Padmavati at Putul Khela National Puppetry Festival 2017 in West Bengal. In 2017 November, his puppetry and puppetry stop motion animations were curated at Leela exhibition at IGNCA. He is recipient of many awards, including and also the collections in the Little Red Hen Dr. Sinha has collaborated with Anupriya Roy during 2016 for his directorial The Mahabharata and during 2018 for the Maharaja of Mastipur as an animator. And Sir has also animated projections in Serendipity Art Film Festival in Goa 2019. We welcome you on board, sir. On to you, Sinha, sir.
Thank you, Varun, for introducing me. So I can see how many participants are there. I cannot see a number. It's 65 right now.
65 participants.
Yeah, participants. Okay. That's a big number. So let's begin. Start by sharing my screen. Maybe when I begin my lecture, I can turn off my video and then resume when we do Q&A.
Sure, sir.
Sharing. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, visible.
So we have till 1, so we have around 1.5 hours. So what I will try to do, I will in this presentation, I'll be sharing a lot of instances from my own experience of my several collaborations and how this thing started. So the topic of the lecture is beginning of a new era of puppet-centric hybrid performance. So by puppet, I don't mean the coding puppet. So it's actual puppet, the puppetry puppet that we have. I don't know how many of you have actually seen a live puppetry performance, but puppetry borrows animation borrows a lot from puppetry. In fact, if you look at few pioneering animated films, especially Prince Ahmed by Lotte Renegade, it was borrowed or taken from shadow puppetry in Bali. So even the joint structure or the way we move characters in animation, it's borrowed from puppetry. It's borrowed from string puppetry like IK and FK joints that we have. So it works in a way like a puppet only. So today's session will address a new era which began during early 20s when both contemporary and traditional puppeteers started exploring new medium exploration and performing arts with puppetry at its core, creating what is a puppet-centric hybrid performance. Now, what I mean by puppet-centric hybrid performance is that around 70 or 60% of performance is actually a puppet, but then puppeteers or puppet performer directors were exploring new mediums. So when we talk about digital incorporation of digital art in a live performance, because digital is something which is already pre-recorded, but how a live performer or a puppeteer reacts to a pre-recorded or a preconceived animation on the screen, and how they collaborate, how they work together in sync. So this is from 2006. It's from About Ram, the images which you can see at the bottom. And the animation for this was done by Vishal Kedhar. He's a Delhi-based animator. He's based out of Gurgaon, and all these clips were done by him for this particular performance. Now, when we talk about puppetry, and we look at the text which is already there, the history of puppetry. So puppetry is an expressionist performance art that employs both abstract as well as representational form. Now, origin of puppetry can be traced back to India by several scholars, especially Jeevan Pani in his 1986 book, gives reference to India's foremost document on theatre and dramaturgy, Natya Shastra, written by Bharata somewhere during 2nd century BC, and Shilpadikaram, a Tamil text penned by Adigal around 5th and 6th century. Both the texts have reference of puppetry. Traditional puppetry in India is deeply rooted into socio-cultural and religious structure of society. So especially when you look at puppetry in India, religion will always come into play, because majority of the traditional plays are based on Mahabharata or Ramayana. But later on, puppeteers also started exploring and looking for new audience. So if you look at a puppeteer who is Padma Shri awarded, Ramachandra Pullavar in Kerala, in Thrissur. So he also has done Jesus Kothu. So he has done a story on Jesus, and he's also working on some other stories. So he's catering to different audience. So he's catering to audience in Dubai or in the Catholics in Kerala. and he has done quite a lot of those shows as well. But when it comes to traditional contemporary traditional puppetry, it's always the original text or the text from Mahabharata or Ramayana or Purana. Although contemporary puppetry in India is in a nascent state, when compared to the Western countries, experimentation and incorporation of other media with puppetry to create a hybrid performance began very recently. Contemporary Indian puppetry came into being during 1950s, as you can see in this chart, and graduated to a different form of stylization through the intervention of European puppeteers such as Jan Malik, Dr. Wodichov from Czechoslovakia, Sergei Obrov, Moscow, and Michael Meschek. I don't know if Michael's picture is not there. So the puppeteers which you can see at the bottom, they're all Indian puppeteers, Indian contemporary puppeteers who tried something new, and some of them are still in practice. Some of them are still doing puppetry, like Dadi Padamji on the far right corner. And he has collaborated with many animators and graphic designers. He is actually from NID, and a lot of things which he learned from NID, he couldn't complete his course at NID. He dropped out because he already started working while doing his internship. But now he goes to NID and takes lectures there. So design and color theory and shapes and everything is omnipresent in his work. So if you look at his performances, they have a very strong sense of design in them when designing puppets or when designing stage. So these puppet theater directors are making a substantial contribution to sustain puppetry and sensitize the urban audience of the potential of puppetry as a dominant theatrical performance media. A hybrid puppet-centric performance using puppets and objects is a new phenomena in Indian contemporary puppet theater. Using an assortment of materials, styles, objects, and narratives, contemporary puppet theater directors who will be presented here are not the only who are active in the contemporary puppetry in India, although they are the one who have contributed immensely in changing the dynamics of puppetry as a contemporary performance media. Now let's talk about traditional form and contemporary practices. Just go to the next slide. Majority of contemporary puppeteers are either self-taught or learn the art form from apprenticing under an already established puppeteer. Although a traditional puppeteer learns the art form at a very young age and start practicing the acquired skill as an adolescent. Unlike other performing arts, the level of training to hone the skills of puppetry takes years of practice. Traditional generational puppeteers born in 90s are influenced by other forms of media, and their work shows that they borrow heavily from other forms. Thus, it becomes increasingly difficult to categorize their new productions as traditional. So I'll just play a short clip here. Is it working? No, these are just stills. So these are few images from collaborations of different puppeteers. So this one is from Rajiv Pullavar. So Rajiv Pullavar collaborated with Ivan Hastings. Ivan Hastings was teaching at Srishti University in Bangalore, and he's an American, and he collaborated. I think he's in New Zealand right now working on a project. So he collaborated with Rajiv in 2016 in China, and there was this a group of performances based on shadows. So here you can see Rajiv is holding this Hanuman puppet and interacting with the animation or with the graphics on the screen. So there are multiple projections right here. So there are two OHPs and there are two overhead projectors as well. This is from Transposition, directed by Dadi Padamji, collaborative work with traditional dancers. So this has projections as well, but the screen is not a typical square screen or a rectangular screen. So you can see at the background there are these white cloths which are triangular or in pyramid shape. So he was experimenting with different forms and design while doing this performance, while directing this performance. This is from About Ram 2006. This is Mahabharata. directed by Anupa Roy. For this, I also did a few animated sequences which are part of the live show, which I'll be showing a little later. So you can see how animation is interacting with these pyramid shapes, and at times even the puppeteers or the actor, they react to the animation and how they interact. It's very interesting amalgamation of how this entire show comes out to be. This is from Ravan Chaya. It's a traditional performance from Odisha by Mahendra Kumar Sahu. So in this, he was not using the traditional puppets, but he actually miniaturized the puppets, so it's easier to carry. And he was animating or doing a live performance through an OHP, overhead projector. Now, overhead projector as a technology is obsolete, but it's interesting how the new generation, how the new generation of performers are using this technology. And whenever it comes to traditional form and contemporary practices, its identity comes into the play. So here, identity is crucial. Some sort of identity of where you come from, whether it is traditional or modern or quiche. The fear also that when you are talking about globalization, that you are not going to be able to avoid it. So this is very omnipresent when it comes to a traditional puppeteer trying to do something contemporary. A contemporary puppeteer doing something collaborating with traditional puppeteer is acceptable, and the shows go abroad also, and they do quite a lot of performances. But whenever a traditional puppeteer tries to do something new, he or she doesn't get a performance outside the country because they are known for this identity of a traditional performer. So that kind of stops them or discourages them to create something new, because whenever they're asked to do a performance, they are always asked to do a traditional performance, not a contemporary take on the new subject or a new story which they are working on. Though one's culture can't remain untouched by another, in an age of globalization, at times identity is a preconceived notion and carries both positive and negative connotations. Jan defines culture is in today's context as a self-sustainable community which has the potential of producing new members without help from outside. According to Hobbes, the shared experience of a community reflects the way its members perceive and understands the world and other cultures. Traditional puppeteers are often from marginalized section of the society, but there are always puppeteers who bring out new creations and transform and revive this art form. Folk media has taken new avatar in contemporary world. It is no longer a primitive, bygone, forgotten, unsophisticated culture. Its scope is no longer restricted to new contemporary contexts. Rather, it is an evolving and incorporating new idea. According to Dawson, traditional media is not just limited to rural area or our society. As society evolves, so does our traditional folk art form evolves. Art itself is a reflection of our society. So in a way, folk media is not static, but it is continuously evolving. And when it stops incorporating what's happening in the society, it's like a dead art form. So a lot of visual art also you can see, like Gond art, they incorporate new stories. So if something is happening in the society, if Corona is happening in the society, we are going through the pandemic. So the kind of art form they are also coming up is from what is happening around them, in and around them. Amalgamation of traditional form with contemporary is not something new, as many long-established performance traditions have created fusion, where a traditional artist work closely with a contemporary artist. Although collaboration between traditional Indian shadow puppeteers with contemporary performers is a recent endeavor, during the last 2 decades, there has been a radical change due to exposure provided by different media. Now here is a short clip of transposition. This is 2004. This is one of the first performances which incorporated animation in the live performance. The animation was done by Vishal. And this performance was directed by Dadi Padamji in 2004. I hope there's audio. Okay, that's great. So this was transposition. This is just one of the pieces where you can see animation, but there were more clips used by Vishal. So I'll just talk a bit about transposition. So transposition is based on Rachna Emalsi's book, The Psychology of Love, Wisdom of Indian Mythology, where Emalsi gets her inspiration from both the version from the Bikram Vital cycle and Vela Panchanashi cycle of stories and Thomas Mann's continuation. The transport heads as representative stories depicting the illusion of love. The visual deal with duality of each protagonist who transposes between reality and illusion, depicting by highly stylized archetype puppets and dancers. Torso puppets figures were tied to the body of puppeteers who moved with the dancers on stage. Digital projections animated and designed by Vishal Dhar are projected on stretched fabric and geometric shapes. Giant puppets of the goddess Kali and Kama, who are overpowering and seem to influence the three protagonists. The entire performance is visually stunning and mesmerizing with a musical score composed by Savan Datta. It is the first of its kind to use animation interactively in a live puppet-centric hybrid performance. So this is one of the first performances where you can see animation as part of the live performance and how puppeteers or how puppets are reacting to what is going on the screen. So next is 2006, About Ram. Now in this, Anurupa Roy collaborated with the same animator Vishal Kedar, and this performance doesn't have any words, so it's all through music and through animation and through what's happening on the live stage. So it took almost 18 months to develop About Ram, which is a hybrid theatrical piece based on Vibhuti's Uttara Ramayan Charitra, and it's told through puppets, projected images, dance, mask, and animation. Using an original score music, Katkata has done more than 100 shows of About Ram in more than 25 countries and had recently been awarded the prestigious Group Award for the Best Puppet Animation Project and Award for Best Director and Preservation of Tradition for their performance at the 22nd International Festival of Children Theatre in Serbia on 19th May 2015. About Ram tells the story about Ram's inner journey and deals with Ram's later life, where he is portrayed as a human being who is tormented by his forced separation from Sita. Initially, there were dialogues which were later replaced with only a brief introduction at the beginning of the show by Roy. Show itself is a non-verbal, making it more universal and accessible. So something which many performers do these days is work with a non-verbal show, which where they tell the story only through music and through what is happening on the screen with visuals. that makes it more universal. So it can go to any country and people will understand that. So that is something which makes it more universal. But it depends on the story, the kind of story you are telling. Can it be non-verbal, or do you need some kind of text? So if story is very text heavy, like Mahabharata, so about Ram, there's not much text in it when it comes to the live performance. There's only a brief introduction of what is happening. And then it goes into the live performance, which is completely non-verbal. But Mahabharata was completely opposite when Anurup and me were working on this, on the text. So for this particular piece, for About Ram, Vishal collaborated with Anurup Roy and Chidambra Rao, a puppeteer from Andhra, in 2005, where Rao Dhar worked in a workshop mode for 3 weeks, trying to reinvent traditional puppets according to the narrative. All the puppets were then scanned, digitized, and animated using animation softwares. There are 3 animated sequences in the show: Ram's flashback when he was a prince and went to Sita's Swayamvar and was later exiled to a forest, Ravana's beautiful garden where Sita is held captive, and storytelling episodes of war and Hanuman's journey into Lanka. Animation was used for flashback sequences and to create grander war abstract sequences to fill the lacuna in the narrative. Here's a short clip from About Ram. So there's a stark difference when you look at, I'll be showing the clips from Mahabharata also. So there's a stark difference when it comes to visuals and design, when you compare About Ram to Mahabharata. Also, the scale of the production is shorter, so you can do About Ram in a limited space as well, in a black box. But for Mahabharata, you need a grander space, you need a bigger stage, because there's more movement, there's more action and aggression. And the same thing can be observed when you look at the animation used in Mahabharata. They are more aggressive and gory. Most of the visuals are symbolic and metamorphic in About Ram, and even the war sequences or the scenes are stylized. This is attributed towards the stark contrast between the two narratives. So now let's come to the second production where Anurupa used animation. This is the second time the theme of Mahabharata is taken up by Anurupa, by Roy, as previously she had collaborated with Geeta Chandra in 2000 for her voice. It dealt with the character of Draupadi alone and how she desired war to avenge her insults. But this time it was more elaborate structure. So the whole team was given a basic introduction to the Mahabharata, its characters and themes, describing them, the basic chronology of the 18th day of war of Kurukshetra. A workshop was then conducted by Vikramjit Sinha, art and drama therapist, during May 2016 at Katkata Puppet Art Trust, working on individual archetype of the puppeteers, characters, archetypes from life, and then archetypes of the Mahabharata's character. Each character then was asked to stand in the judge circle, while the other questions and counter questions, the characters in the circle would defend himself or herself, building an intense study of individual characters, characterization, each into a universal archetype: victim, opposer, doer, rescuer, and judge, etc. This assisted in connecting facts from the Mahabharata and filtering them to each character on an individual level to their emotional aspect. Through the rigorous exercise, it was found that characters from the Mahabharata, while moving in the course of narrative cycle through different archetypes from protagonist to antagonist, reflect the individual dilemma of individual characters and their motives and strategies. After this initial exercise, in-depth study were conducted by a team, started experimenting with different material, cloth, mask, and puppets. During the improvs, several ideas were converted into visuals and many were rejected. By February 2016, most of the puppet designs were ready. This time the team decided to work with sculpted form modeled out of clay and then took its impression using paper mache. As they usually previously worked differently with thermocol laminated paper mache, this change of technique gave a higher level of details to the puppets. They also used bunraku puppets in the show, which were human size and were created out of high density foam sheets as opposed to the thermocol which was used previously. This helped to reduce the overall weight of the puppets. Working with the basic principles of bunraku. Now, bunraku is a Japanese style of puppet performance where there are three puppeteers controlling a single puppet. But they improvised and treated the form in a different way, where the puppet was a life-size puppet, as opposed to a smaller scale puppet in Japanese bunraku style. In June, the whole team went to Missouri for 2 weeks and worked round the clock on the show and did a test performance in front of a local audience to get feedback. Mahabharata was produced with the help of financial assistance provided by Festival Charleville. In 2014, About Ram was presented at Charleville. The director of the festival appreciated the fact that an epic was being presented in a contemporary way and offered to help in future. In January 2015, Festival director of Charleville, France, wrote to Katkata asking about their plans on working on epic. And on hearing about their current production, Mahabharata gave them an advance of 5 shows at Charleville in 2017, which Katkata used as a production grant. This helped the troupe to buy all the material arranged for travel for traditional puppeteer Gunduraju to Delhi to preview at Bangalore, cost of recording session, sound design, animation, and honorarium for performance. Now, in this particular performance, the traditional puppeteer is not an absent performer. So he's a present performer. So he's also narrating the story and telling shlokas and also doing puppetry, shadow puppetry in the show, rather than what happened in About Ram. In About Ram, all the performers were contemporary, but they've used traditional shadow puppets of the Ravan, of the life-size Ravan, and animation. But the performer was not active performer in that sense. Even though his singing during the Katkata's Mahabharata is in Kannada language, his passion and power comes across. The emotion and context of the song is conveyed as an audio-visual sensory experience. Gunduraju was a part of the process for 2 years work on Mahabharata began. Another element borrowed from traditional repertoire are the 2 stock clown characters, Siliketa and Mangarakka, who comes from being a shadow puppet at the beginning and transforms into a 3-dimensional life characters on the stage. So they've also borrowed from traditional puppet performances. So in traditional puppet performances, there are these clown characters, one male and one female, one husband and wife character, and they're always abusing each other or commenting on what is happening on the screen on the live show. This collaboration between contemporary and traditional styles brings something different, something new and innovative that their previous production About Ram did not have. Roy describes this kind of collaborative piece as jarring, almost to a point of being super innovative. As one gets startled at experiencing this collaboration between modern and traditional, this reflects in the animation created for war sequences. Characters are created by photographing puppets provided by Gunduraju, but the way they interact digitally in animation is completely different than their movement in traditional live show, pushing the boundaries further. Animated sequences used in Mahabharata are filling as grandeur lacuna in storytelling, as all the killing that happens in the war could be depicted effortlessly and the essence of war scene could be portrayed visually. Gunshots, chopping of the head, all these gory scenes create a duality
Dr.
as
Sinha,
audience. Yeah,
is the slide on the puppetry centric hybrid performance, or you're moving the slide because currently the slide is stuck up for a long time?
yeah, it's on this clip on the Mahabharata clip. I'll be playing it in a bit. Yeah. So in this, for this particular performance, Gunduraju acted as a script advisor as well, as at every step of the initial scripting phase, his extensive knowledge about the character along with their backstories gives another dimension to the narrative. So I'll just play this clip and then we'll talk about the animated sequences which were done for this particular show. And I designed the animated sequences for this this particular performance. Yeah.
आश्चर्यचकित दुर्योधन इधर से उधर देखता है एक तालाब में गिर जाता है अंधे का बेटा अंधा
Without them, my life, this shell, I hurl it at Krishna and hope it shatters his world.
So this was a short trailer or a short promo for Mahabharata. Let's talk about the sequences. So both the animated sequences, Mahabharata war sequence and Bhishma Arjun sequence, were created for the Mahabharata show during August 2016. Were not manually animated. By manually animated, I mean stop motion. So they were not stop motion animation, but they were photographed, edited, and digitally animated. Each puppet was divided into several parts for movement possibilities, and the overlapping area were digitally painted and morphed. So many of these puppets were around 100 years old or 400 or 500 years old. So they had to be restored digitally while I worked on them. So the puppet used of Bhishma was crafted by Gunduraju's great grandfather and was in a tattered condition and required digital restoration before dividing it into different pieces to make it animation ready. Bhishma's animation had several effects: smoke, fire, curling rings of fire attached to the arrow. In the background video of moving clouds, images of ground, and a long panning background were used. While digitally restoring the puppet researchers' previous knowledge of carving, painting, and cutting the puppets at the Tugalu Gombetta masterclass helped. Also, during the process, Gunduraju observed the digitally restored copies of his puppets and suggested changes, adding outlines to the area where he had diffused, which has been diffused while retouching the puppet digitally. So there was a lot of to and fro between the traditional puppeteer, Gunduraju, and between me while I was working on this particular piece for the animated sequences for this particular show. And so this was the animated war sequence from Mahabharata. So in this particular piece, you will notice that the effects or the gunfire or they are very jarring in a way because this is for Mahabharata, but it is done for a contemporary audience. Also, when we spoke about the music design or the sound design, because sound design was already done before I started animating these sequences. So in a way, my animation was based on the soundtrack which was already there and the concept which Anurupa and me had discussed. But when we spoke to Gunduraju as well, so he pointed out that as per his knowledge, as per the folklore, that Mahabharata also had these weapons, or we don't know how loud they were or how potent they were, but they were kind of nuclear warheads or something very big was there. So this was the war sequence. So now this next sequence is in the trailer also. When in the promo you can see that this character, the Bhishma character, is dying on the screen, and Shikhandi comes up with a garland of flower and is looking on the giant screen, on the giant projection on the screen. Just play this clip. So bridging the traditional and contemporary practices, Jennifer Pfeiffer practice-based thesis phenomenology of puppetry, the dramaturgy of working across culture, presented a new artifact as a puppet show in collaboration with A. Selvaraja, a Chennai-based traditional shadow puppeteer from Thol Pavai Kotthu tradition in 2010. The window, which was showcased on 6th October 2010, was the result of a 10-week collaboration and cultural exchange in Ballarat, hosted by the city of Ballarat and the Ballarat Indian Association. It was an abstract puppet-centric multimedia performance that used traditional Indian shadow puppets, rod puppets, glove puppets, string puppets, bhutha dance, music, and video. I don't know if I have a clip of this particular sequence. This is one other collaboration which happened between A. Silvaraja and this researcher, Jennifer Pfeiffer. So adapting new narrative and styles in traditional repertoire have been very varied across India. In South, adapting new narratives, as in Ramachandra's case, which I discussed previously, for his Jesus story, Jesus Kotu, and new shows on social themes produced by Gundu Raju, is much more common, even though at times they are criticized by other traditional troupes for doing so. The new generation of traditional puppeteers are net savvy with their Facebook, Instagram accounts, and websites. They have a desire to address the change in the audience and understanding different markets, schools, urban, rural, and Western, carrying traditional form forward and gradually reinventing by adopting new technologies and narratives. So this is another collaboration between Rajiv Pullavar, Rahul Pullavar, and Tour and Travels in Kochi. During 2012, Ramachandra Pullavar collaborated with ABR Tour and Travels Kochi to create two short advertisement films, both less than a minute in duration. These were shot on video while manipulating the puppets, music, and graphics were added in the post-production. Character of a foreign tourist with a hat, carrying a backpack, camera, a small bag in the hand was crafted out from the goat skin. A puppet of a boatsman rowing a boat with smile of miles written on it, trees, plants, Billy Boy, pillars, a Motland logo of Abia were all custom made for one of the short films. The second short film uses the same background with a puppet of a female character in Andhra style and four animal characters, deer, bird, squirrel, and a rabbit. So let's play the script. So in this, I don't know how many of you in the group have seen a traditional puppet performance from Kerala. But in terms of design, this was very different from what they do in a traditional repertoire in the design sense. Because in Kerala, the Tholpava Kothi performances are all black and white. So the goat skin which they use, the reason why they use goat skin or deer skin is because they often slap it onto each other when there's a war sequence, and they do these performances in front of 21 lamps, coconut lamps, and there's a large screen. So if they use paper or if they use cardboard, it wouldn't last for that long. So that's the reason why traditional puppeteers across India, in the 5 states where you can find traditional shadow puppetry in India, in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Maharashtra, Odisha. So in all these states, you will find that they use goat skin or deer skin or sheep skin to make these characters. So in this particular advertisement, which they did for Abia Tour and Travels, they've used a semi-transparent goat skin rather than a thick goat skin where you cannot see any colors. So in a way, they remediated and reinvented the whole design of the show for this particular piece. So during the same year, Rajiv collaborated with Evan Hastings. Evan Hastings is an art therapist who uses shadow puppet performances for healing and for therapy in a shadow puppetry festival at Beijing, China, where human shadows casted on canvas interacted with puppet figures shadow created using an overhead projector. And animation and illustration was also a part of this particular performance. So in this, you can notice that there are these two projectors, and then there are these two overhead project. In fact, there are three, I think, three overhead projectors. So the audience is in front of the screen. This is at the back of the screen. So you can notice here that for changing sequences, they're switching one OHP or one overhead projector and switching the other one on, turning it on and off. So there's material, there's live actors, there's shadows, projections, animation. It's an amalgamation of a lot of things.
I could have led my people and loved my family. I didn't even need my people, right? Absent father, cruel husband. I should have done that. I'm disappointed in you.
So for the ghost character, you can see Rajiv is holding a mirror, which is creating this reflection on the screen. And on the OHP, this other performer is dripping this red color to show blood. So all the effects are, everything is live. So during 2017, Mahindra Kumar Sahu from Odisha, from Ravan Chaya tradition, who is a traditional puppeteer, shadow puppeteer from Odisha. He created an entire show with a combination of shadow puppets and miniature puppets using an overhead projector at the second National Puppet Festival, Putul Khela, Burdwan, West Bengal. Except the opening sequences, the entire show was performed using an overhead projector. Sao mentioned the smaller puppets are easier to carry and store and also requires a smaller team of puppeteers to perform. In this case, only 3 puppeteers were required. Whereas in a traditional performances, they need at least 10 puppeteers, 10 active performers. So there are 3 musicians and around 6-7 active performers who are manipulating these puppets because it's a large screen. And the puppets are not that big. The puppets are around 7 to 8 inches tall. But by converting the whole show into a miniaturized shadow puppet OHP overhead projection form, he reduced the number of active performers which were required to travel with the show. So in a way, it becomes more economical, and a puppeteer can make more profit when they do these shows in different parts of the countries. Here's a short clip how they actually did this using an OHP. So here you can notice that instead of 6 to 7 active performers, there are only 3 performers. And in a sense, there's only one puppeteer, Mahendra Kumar Sahu, who's actually manipulating these puppets on this tiny screen, which is projected on a bigger screen using this projection technique. Whereas the other two puppeteers are handing him the puppets. So if a puppet comes from the left side or the right side, they're manipulating and they're providing the puppets to Mahendra, and Mahendra is then animating live these characters on the screen. So let's talk about remediation. So one of the earliest attempt of remediation of puppetry can be stated as the earliest audio video recording of actual puppetry performance for archiving or broadcasting on radio or television. Remediation is an amalgamation of old media with new media or vice versa, or even integration of several different forms into one. One of the first experiments to remediate Indian shadow puppetry with animation was initiated by Gul Ramani in 1990 and 1991 by animating a gazelle's captivity and Naya Kamasutra, respectively. Gul Ramani is an animator and a designer expatriate to Germany in 1978 and animated both of these films with puppets borrowed from the village of Namal Kuntha, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, and animated them at Germany in Dusseldorf. A Gazelle's Captivity is a poetic rendition of an ancient Panchatantra story. It's a tale of Gazelle that gets caught by a prince and stand against the injustice and is finally unchained. Naya Kamasutra was animated on large underlit light box measuring 2.5 meters by 3.5 meters illuminated by 100 bulbs. So you can see that this is the kind of a stage which he created, and he was photographing these puppets from the top because these puppets are very large. The Andhra based puppets are around 5 to 7 or 8 feet tall, which we also saw that puppet in About Ram, the Ravana puppet, which was almost bigger than the puppeteer who was manipulating that puppet. So this must be one of the largest light boxes for animation, because he created this large stage and then animated. And as you can see in the clip, that the camera was on a very high pedestal on hanging from the top, and he was either clicking it from the remote, or if he wants to look at what was being clicked, he used to climb the stairs and then come back down again, because this was before the whole digital revolution happened. So this was all shot on film and then processed later. So negotiating issues. So I had created both the traditional, I've collaborated with both traditional and contemporary puppeteers for the 3 animated short films which I created between 2014 and 16. And later I created one animation in 2019 as well for Serendipity Art Festival Goa, where I had collaborated again with the same collaborators Anurupa Roy and Gundu Raju. The first animated short was created as part of the Balu Gombeta Masterclass, which I had attended at Mussoorie, organized by Unima India in collaboration with Katkatha Puppet Art Trust and India Foundation for Arts, Bangalore. Ram Sita and Lakshmana Going to Vanvas 2014 was a collaborative piece between Gundu Raju and me with mentorship provided by Ranjana Pandey. It's a music video based on Kannada song recorded at Mussoorie, sung by Gundu Raju and tabla by Madhu. Gundu Raju also provided music on harmonium. Song narrates the story of Rama, Sita and Lakshmana going to an exile. So this is the second iteration of the animated sequence which I did. This one is at display at Indian Music Experience Museum in Bangalore. So this is a mix of digital animation and stop motion.
ನಡೆಸಲು ಸುಗ ಹೊರಟನು ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ರಘುರಾಮ ಇಂದೆವರಟಳು ಪತಿಯೈ ಬಾಲಿಸಿ ಜನಕನಂದಿನಿ ಜಾನಕಿ ರಾಮನೆ ತಂದೆಯು ಎನ್ನುತ್ತ ಭಾವಿಸಿ ಬಂದನು ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಪುರ ತೊರೆದು ತರುಲತೆಗಳು ಮೃಗ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲವೂ ನಲಿದವು ರಾಮನ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿ ಚಿತ್ರಕೂಟದಿ ಬಂದು ನೆಲೆಸಿದರು ಪಂಚವಟಿಯ ಆ ಮಧುವನಿಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋವನು ಮರೆತು ನಲಿದರು ಗಿಳಿಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಗಾಯನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದೆಯ ಮಾತನು ನಡೆಸಲು ಸುಗ ಹೊರಟನು ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ರಘುರಾಮ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ ರಘುರಾಮ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ.
So you might have noticed the kind of movement which was there in the puppets. So the Vanvas animation had a similar movement style of puppets used by Gundu Raju while they walk across the screen. Around 1800 frames were shot on the tabletop while moving each frame slightly and were later composed and edited in post-production, during the post-production. So this, in the last sequences, it was all stop motion animation, so all physical animation, all the puppets will move physically, where I had shot around 1800 frames to make this animation. And the previous clips, which were the boat sequence and the Ganesha sequence, were all digitally animated in After Effects. So negotiating issues. Structure of patronizing traditional puppeteers has drastically changed during the post-independence era. Indian government organizations are currently patrons for many traditional art forms. Many puppeteers in India in different regions are not aware of or sensitized about how to approach these organizations, how to write a proposal for a grant, or how to do a paperwork required to receive funds. This renders them with low self-esteem, believing that they are receiving alms, which is actuality in their entitlement, as they are the carrier of the art form. Majority of the traditional puppetry forms are oral traditions in India. It's the puppeteers who have to get their fair due. If they leave this patronymy, it dies, and there is nothing to aspire for. It is important for them to understand what they have and value it. Show produced with the help of grant by traditional shadow puppeteers are also limited to shows in their native state. This can be attributed to several reasons. Shows are primarily verbal and in native tongue, so the audience loses interest soon after the show starts. Another reason is their lack of skill required to generate a market by approaching various puppetry festivals in India and around the world for their contemporary shows. They don't have to go through government organizations to approach puppetry festivals outside India. They can approach them directly, like many contemporary puppetry troupes are doing at present. Commoditization of puppets as craft is another reason, as it's more lucrative and distracts a puppeteer to alter his goal to become a craftsman rather than a puppeteer. If enough avenues are provided to the traditional artist, this diversion wouldn't happen. They need to understand the value of art form to take it to the next level. Both traditional and contemporary puppetry is in a rapid transition phase. As young generations are coming in, cross current are happening with practitioners from other fields, animators, narrators, storytellers, filmmakers, designers, musicians interested in collaborating with puppeteers. Contemporary puppetry troupes around the globe are exploring new visual forms and techniques for creating performances. Traditional puppetry troupes are not far behind in evolving their art form by exploring new visual formats, though their patronymy is deeply connected with their religion and cultural, and they thrive to preserve what they inherited. The new visual language is not limited to any particular technique or form, or freely incorporates elements of puppetry, digital projection, pre-recorded soundtracks, interactivity, live actors, and found objects to convey complex emotional themes and narratives, both verbally and non-verbally. Okay, I will end my presentation here. I think we still have around 20 minutes, so I'll just play one more clip and then we can open for Q&A. Just give me a minute. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So this is a animated sequence which I did for Serendipity Art Festival for Goa, along with a art installation. The art installation was based on Shatakanta Ravan. So there's an epic folklore that there was a version of Ravan where he had around 100 heads. I don't know if I have that, so I'll just play this and then we can open for Q&A. Is there audio? Can you? Is the sound coming with the animation?
Yes, it's
Okay.
audible.
Yeah. So this puppet which you can see on the screen, so it was in a very tattered condition. So if you look at the original puppet, so it was all torn apart because it was almost around 800 years old. It belonged to great grandfather of Gundaraju. So I had to digitally restore the entire puppet, and then I broke it into different pieces to animate it. So there are eye blinks and hand movement. Dice, when it drops, it becomes into a 3D animation. So this was the earlier animation was all done in After Effects, but then I did this this particular piece of the dice falling down in Maya in 3D. This was the projection. And this was the Ravana, the Shatakanta Ravana, which this is not the final piece. So the lighting is not as we proceed. So this is all work in progress while we were stitching these two projections. Though it was, this particular animation was stretched out and projected using two projectors instead of one projector. So it becomes more overwhelming for the audience when they step inside this room, and then it's a very dark room, and they see all these puppets lined up in the same order where it comes in the animation. Yeah. So here you can see the puppets which are in the animation are in the same order how they are placed inside this inside the space for this exhibition, Shadow Play, at Serendipity Art Festival. So in this also we played around quite a bit using the shadow as a form of storytelling. So when the spectator comes inside the room, we can look at all these different shadows and they're moving and playing around and reacting to the movement of the audience, of the spectator. This is the original puppet. So you can see that it's all tattered. So a part of the puppet is missing, or it's not complete. Okay. Yeah. So now it's open. If anyone wants to ask a question or anything about what I presented just now. We have around 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sinha. It was a very interesting presentation. It's rarely that we get to see such a well-researched presentation in animation, which kind of weaves technical as well as other fields of knowledge into it.
Thank you,
I hope
Dr.
I'm audible.
Yeah. For some reason, my camera.
I'm not able to see you. Can you please switch on your?
Yeah, my camera is not working for some. So I don't know what's wrong.
Okay. All right. Oh, no problem.
I'm just getting this gray screen.
Yeah. So the session is open for question answers. Any questions before I ask mine? But I would like to take up any questions if there are.
I have not a question. Rather, it was very insightful information that I would like to add, because the session, even these insights, like I was never aware about this, the South puppetry animation. I was aware that those are leather puppetries, but I was not aware why they were leather puppetries. And so much insights on this session has made it really wonderful, sir.
Thank you. In fact, when I started my research project, so I was also not aware about these kind of explorations, that there were already these shows which have incorporated animation and design in them. Yeah.
Okay, I can see some questions here. So the question is, sir, is there any main difference between performing arts and puppetry animation?
Is there any main difference? Yeah. So the biggest difference when it comes to animation and performing art, or the puppets, are that puppets are always live. So whatever is happening in real time. But when it comes to animation, it's already preconceived and pre-recorded. So it is something which has already happened back in time, but then it is projected on the screen. But in a sense, animation borrows quite a lot of things from puppetry.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, I guess I can ask my question.
Yeah, Geetika. Go ahead. I'm sorry for the camera. I don't know what happened. It's coming out gray.
It's all right. It's okay. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
So I just saw that you collaborated with Anurupa Roy and
Dadi Patanji.
Mr. Dhar and yes,
Uh-huh.
all these people. I would like to know how do one get into such collaborations? You know, if there's a student, I mean, animators, young animators, how do they prepare to get into such collaborations? What kind of knowledge base would they require to get into such collaborations later in their future lives, maybe?
Okay, so what they can do, I will first generally answer in a generic way. I will answer this question, and then I will talk about my own experience and how I got into this. So, if an academician or an animator is looking to collaborate with stage performers or with someone new, because whenever you collaborate with with someone who is outside the area of animation or design, you create something new, something innovative, which is very different from what was already there. So you can begin by applying for grants or collaborations to IFA, Indian Foundation of Arts, or there are various agencies which, like Sangeet Natak Academy and IGNCA, they also have ongoing grants, and they provide facilities as well to create something new. So you can write a proposal, and or the best way to do is just post things out to your Instagram, and then you can collaborate it. You can DM people, and you can collaborate with different people. How my collaborations happened or started was because of my PhD. My PhD was on shadow puppetry, and for that I had to meet a lot of puppeteers, and I happen to be from design background and done fine arts. So uh, uh, rather than just being an observer, just being a passive observer, I became involved and I started learning these things. I started crafting these leather puppets, and then I participated in quite a lot of workshops and in-house residencies. And slowly this relation panned out, and I ended up making all these short films, animated productions, and art installations. So that's how my journey into puppetry started. Yeah.
Just to further my question a little bit more,
Yeah.
I mean, I was specifically asking from the student perspective, as in what kind of knowledge base would students require to have this kind of a mindset that later on they can collaborate?
Yeah.
I think from a teacher's perspective, I'm asking this for students. What kind of knowledge base can they start gathering or start developing today, so that later on in their lives they are able to do such collaborations? They feel confident enough to do such collaborations.
So first and foremost, they should be exposed to these kind of work. So if they're not aware about how things are panning out, how animation and design is being used across different mediums, they won't be able to explore much. And then many of these, like I've worked with Katkata Puppet Art Trust and Ishara Puppet Theatre and IFA. So they also have internship. So you can go to their website, and as a student, if you are interested in performance, or if you have a background in theatre and you are also a designer or an animator, so that helps. So an internship for 2 months or 3 months or a month will help you to gain the on the ground knowledge about how they function. And if they are working on a new production, then you will get a hands-on training of how to do this, how to work on this new of this this old but a new kind of a take on this performance art.
Thank you, Dr. Atul. There's a question for you. This is from Dr. Preeti Samyukta. She says, wonderful, Dr. Atul, are there contemporary puppeteers in India who have their own language in terms of story? Just like how we have artists and poets who leave a hint of their signature style in their works. Meanwhile, I also feel that puppetry as a part of performing arts in the performing arts department, I mean, in their syllabi.
Yeah, so puppetry is
signature style. I
Yeah,
think that
so,
was the question.
Yeah, I'll start with the last bit. So puppetry is actually a part of many institutes in their syllabus. So they actually teach puppetry, and many puppeteers whom I know, like Varun Narayan. Yeah, it should be included. I think even for animation students, a bit of puppetry is something which they should be taught, because that way they will know about the joint movement and they will know about how things work in puppetry. Because they can borrow a lot of things when animating characters using puppetry. So that is something which should be there. In fact, like I started the animation course in 2007 in Jamia, and since the last 5-6 years, we have been doing annual workshops with traditional shadow puppeteers, and the students create their own characters and animate them, and then they come up with a new story, a new take on the traditional form. Now regarding the signature, so she was asking me what the signature of, so that's very prominent. So like Dadi Di Padamji, Dadi Dorabji Padamji, he is a Padam Shri awarded puppeteer, and he has been a puppeteer since last 40 plus years. So in his work, and he happened to be from NID, although he's a dropout, but now he teaches and takes workshops at NID at times. So in his work, you can see that there's a strong sense of color and design, like in the sequences which I've shown earlier, especially transposition in 2004, the clip which I've shown. So you can see a strong sense of design. So when you talk about Anurupa Roy, because I've worked with her closely, she worked with Dadi, and now she has been doing puppetry since last 20 years, and she has done quite a lot of productions and collaborations. So she did a diploma from Italy in puppetry, and she did a course from France also. She got a scholarship, and in her work you can see a lot of dark colors. So in Dadi's work you can see bright colors, bright hues and shades, but in Anurupa's work you can see it's very subdued. So everything is black, red and white, so it's very European. So this kind of the background or the baggage which they have, it reflects in their work, in their performances. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, I think. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just checking for some more questions. Any?
Yeah.
So Dr. Preeti is saying Fulbright Nehru scholarships are awarded to puppeteers to promote this medium of expression, I think.
Yeah, they are. There are quite a lot of different platforms. And the kind of work which is coming out now, it's very interesting, because now many puppeteers are working with miniature form, because right now it's pandemic and group gathering is not possible. So during the last 2 years, they have created shows which are very pocket friendly. So they will look larger than life on a smaller webcam, but they cannot do the same show on a larger stage. So the kind of the grammar has changed.
That's right. Thank you so much, Dr. Atul Sinha, to be with us and to give us such an insightful presentation.
I'm once again sorry for the camera. I'm really sorry. I don't know what happened.
There are technical glitches happening all the time on the online platform. I think all of us are party to that.
Yeah.
No problem. But still, I mean, I think it was a wonderful presentation. I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you, Dr. Sinha.
Thank you, Dr. Geetika.
So we can wind up the session for now, and we'll be meeting again back at 2 p.m. for the next session on modes of animation. See you all there.
Thank you.
Arvind, you guys put the recording off.
Right. So you have to wait till 2 p.m. or I can get started with it.
We'll start at sharp 2 p.m.
All right. Okay.
Meanwhile, if you wish, you can switch off your camera.
Sure.
If that's okay with you. Yeah.
I'll be on mute and I'll get started at 2.
Sure.
All right.
Now we can.
Geetika ma'am, I think we are good to go.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the 8th session of the workshop on art and design thinking. The title for this session is Modes of Animation, and I'll ask Mr. Kaushik Lohani to please carry on. And we have both the speakers here, Mr. Abhishek and Mr. Varun. I welcome you both. Over to you, Mr. Kaushik.
Thank you, Geetika ma'am. So we'll be starting with the first speaker, Mr. Abhishek Sahai. Mr. Sahai has experience of over a decade in the field of animation and multimedia. He has worked on several projects in the areas of 2D, 3D, and VFX. He is well versed with the animation production cycle right from the pre-production stage to the post-production. Currently, he is working as a senior manager at Virtual Empire Private Limited. As a senior manager, he has been handling the creative team and majorly working with the overseas client. So with that, I would like to welcome Mr. Abhishek for the session. And over to you, Mr. Abhishek.
Right. Thank you very much for that. Thanks. All right. So thank you for inviting me here on this session, and I'd be happy to share my experiences and whatever I have gained and what kind of suggestions I can allow to students to create whatever they want for it. And I think that would be very helpful for them to get started with it. So I got some points from Kaushik that, I have to speak about modes of animation. So when we talk about modes of animation, there are many modes of animation. Animation could be defined in any possible ways. So if you talk about anything like, what would be the mode of animation or anything like that. So the first question is, what is animation? And the important question is, why do we use it? So that's the important thing that we have to look into it, the major points. So I'm not going to give you any kind of information for what animation is. Everybody knows, since you are already a design class and animation institution, so you might be knowing everything about it. So why do we use it? Now, the best part that we cover here would be animation as a kind of a method, or a kind of a process to share your ideas in a way that cannot be captured in a live action films. Now, why do we use it? The important is because it makes us able to tell stories, communicate our emotions, ideas, unique, easy, perceived different way to communicate everything to children and adults, or whoever can understand it very easily. So the important factor of using animation, it is cost effective, no matter what the exact use of animation is, but it's one of the most powerful creative tool in the industry, and it deals with many things. Currently, if we talk about on the past days, if someone has got an idea to share, how they are going to share their idea on, let's say, for example, they created a bulb or invented some kind of things in their mind, but how they are going to present it. But at this stage, what they can do, they can quickly grab a drawing tablet or paper, and they can start scribbling down the ideas. Later on, it can be developed into a professional way of presentation as well. So previously, this was not the case when animation was not in picture. Now, the major use in the industry of this animation, it could be divided into different parts. So one part is that, in the previous decades, there were studies that showed students were not very much interested in learning science. After completing their 10th, they were hesitating in taking science because it was all all kind of, bookish languages, and there's no kind of pictures, anything that should illustrate what they are studying. But when animation came came as a kind of a mentor, it pulled back the student. It was very easy for students to understand what exactly they are seeing on the screen. If there is any kind of chemical reaction, they can work on it. So this was just a kind of a part of a general why do we use it, that's the anything. But apart from that, if you talk about industries, yes, it helps in grabbing the attention. It communicates very quickly and concisely. Apart from that, it's very cost effective. If we talk about live motion or any kind of shoot, the director has to plan everything. The cabin crew and everything will be going offshoring, outsourcing, to shoot a film and then display on the screen to give all kind of information to the audiences. Now, if we talk about the cost effectiveness, yes, animation is one of the most cost effective plans where you can, sit, you can explain your ideas, you can teach your children, you can, explain you by filmmaking, short films, advertisement, anything like that. So regardless of how large the business is, animation, maybe particularly it could be character animation, object animation, or anything, it can be used to give all kind of information. Currently we are seeing advertisement while watching televisions and all, so that advertisement is also a part of animation. Whenever they shoot it, they use green screen, they use all kind of techniques to use and reduce the cost of shooting and everything. Many of the ads are directly animated itself. So industry depends on what kind of things they are working on and how they are performing it. So apart from that, sharing complex statical or anything process that a person is not able to demonstrate or is not able to give any kind of information to front of the audiences or whoever he is explaining to. So animation can be used to show complex statical processes, anything, how they are performing it. So are you guys all clear till here?
Yes, you may continue, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so animation, why do we use it? Another point would be it is used for product demos, trainings, explaining services and many things like that. So whether the intention is to sell, whether the intention is to explain or train, or putting the animation into concise areas where you can explain everything, so that's where animation is going to help you. And it could be from any sector. It could be education, it could be advertisement, it could be marketing, it could be manufacturing, architectural, gaming, anything like that. So this was a kind of an overview of why we can use animation. So apart from filmmaking, everybody knows that film is one of the best part of animation, explaining the emotions and all that. I already said about it. But yeah, these are the areas that we have to look into it. Now, types of animation. If we talk about different type of animation, yes. If we look, a decade back or 2 decades back, there were a lot of type of animation that was in market and everybody was seeing about it. That there were frame-based animation, there were computer-generated animation, computer assisted, vector-based animation, kind of a sprite-based animation, character animation, 2D, 3D, blah blah, and a lot of animation types was decided, and it was segregated into different parts. But later on in this world, it was broadly divided into 4 or 5 categories. So the categories was 2D animation, 3D animation, motion graphics, stop motion, e-learning. E-learning is a part that can be involved in 2D animation as well and 3D animation as well. But when it comes to e-learning, it's a different sector. It's a complete different industry right now. So we can also consider gaming as a different industry, but it also deals with the development process. So it could be 2D and 3D as well, but e-learning is a complete different, it could be lesson based, anything like that. So e-learning is considered to be a different domain as well. So this is actually divided into 5 categories, broad categories. So there are many type of animations already. We talked about in 2D there are different type of animation. 3D, it carries different areas to work on. Motion graphics, similar goes with motion graphics, stop motion, e-learning also. So I would like to show you, there was a issue happened with one of our client. He was from United States, and he said that he wants to, it was a multi-billion-dollar industry, and he said that he wants to showcase an animation video without any voiceover. So, and he was not very sure that will he be able to demonstrate anything like that. So we gave them a couple of examples that how they can go ahead with that, because if we don't use a voiceover in the animation, then we have to design the storyboards and the animation itself in such a manner that it communicates, so whatever we are trying to communicate, very easily to the audiences. So we send an example to that client, that if he has seen any movies of WALL-E, so he saw that, and I would like to share that link with you guys as well. So just a second. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yeah, it's visible.
Sir, audio is not here. You have to select the audio option.
You will have to include the system audio while sharing the screen.
Do I have an option here? System audio.
When you share your screen, then there is a small tab that's come on the left hand side. So I think you have to reshare the screen.
Let me do that again. Share sound. Yep.
Yeah. So you have to just check that box and then share the screen.
All right. So here you go. Can you hear the?
We'll look at a fascinating bit of sound editing and character design.
So this was, I sent this link to that client that to see how the animation has been explained. It explained the emotions and everything without a single voiceover. And this was one of the great example that I was able to give to the client. And it was a huge, a combination of sound effects and, visual representation of the character's emotions. So I'm not going to play it a lot,
in less than
but
2 minutes.
you guys can have a look on it.
Question: how do you introduce the world, the problem, and the solution without a single word of dialogue on page 1 of a screenplay? Let's import the script into Studio Binder to see how it's done. Listen to the interplay of music and sound design. What do we learn from the combination of sound and image?
created in such a manner that everything was planned perfectly, how students, how people are going to see it and what they are going to perceive it. So this was a case that I sent it to the client, and he said that yes, he liked it, but later on he said that no, it won't be possible for for them to use any object and product promotions without the voiceover. So he was a bit convinced with this this link in this video, but he said his board of directors said that no, it's not going to work. They would be needing a voiceover in order to support the videos for them. So I told them, all right, no problem, so we can go ahead and work on the voiceover as well. So this was a kind of a case that a way of presentation does matter in the animation industry. You just have to focus on what are you trying to deliver. And if being a customer, if I need a video for my product or anything like that, then I need to be focused on what I need. I cannot, this is not a kind of a vegetable market that I can select one thing. I can choose and I can bargain. So that happens with small level clients who doesn't have an idea of anything, but bigger clients, they have some kind of focus that what exactly they are looking for. So this is how the industry works generally. So if we talk about, let's say, if we get started with types of animation, and if we talk about 2D animation and areas they work on. So education industry is one of the sector they work majorly. Apart from that, entertainment is the kind of root of animation, where it started with Mickey Mouse, and previously there were many movies done in France apart from the Snow White and everything. However, advertisement sector is one of the major, but to be very honest with you, animation is into each and every field now. Education, entertainment, advertisement, marketing, scientific visualization, creative arts. We have been hearing Elon Musk in news. So what they are doing right now, they don't create the car directly, but they create all kind of assets in animation field itself. They create all the models in 3D. They do all kind of prototypes. If we talk about Electronic Arts as a gaming company, they don't create everything directly, but they do all kind of pre-production gaming prototypes, and they see and they test it, and once they are satisfied, then it move into production area. Similar goes with architectural design. Previously, when the buildings were made, we used to get just a floor plan, that how the floor plan will look like. Later on, when 3D was into the market, it got, the floor plan was converted into a 3D model so that people can see how the building will be looking, and there will be interior walkthroughs as well, so that people can see what would be inside, how much area or what kind of furnitures or interiors we would be using. So many of the problems that people were visualizing or people were expecting to see after the completion of the project, animation gave a chance to them to see it before it even starts. So mostly these are the area that was covered. Medical is getting into a picture, where virtual reality and augmented reality is into picture, that not every medical student will get a body to operate or do surgeries and all that. So virtual reality and augmented reality are into a picture, that they are doing the surgeries with that. They have a kind of a virtual environment and they do the surgery accordingly. So retail is one of that, and mechanical. Previously, big machines, when we designed big machines and any kind of tools or mechanics, it was designed and it was produced a kind of a prototype. But now we have different options. We have 3D printers in place. 3D printers, we can use 3D printers. We can design the manufacturing. Let's say, for example, I'm designing a fan. So I don't need to just design it and send it to manufacturer, but I can take that design, I can build a 3D model, I can do a printing, and I can see the size and shape, how it's looking. And once I'm satisfied, once it passes my partners or my technical teams, that, you know, what are the ifs and buts or what kind of calculation it has, and everything is done, then the final design is sent to the manufacturing units according to the die cut plans. So these are the industries that, you know, animation is being used. Now 2D animation, it's one of the very old, or you can say the start of the animation, where 2D animation started with a kind of a traditional animation that we also call classical animation. Now 2D animation can be divided into different parts as well. So storyboard is a part of pre-production, but it does come in 2D animation because it is the initial stage of the animation itself. Storyboarding is one of the best art to visually represent your script. You know, whatever you are thinking is just like a comic book, that whatever you are having in your script, you can just scribble down thumbnails, or you can do a proper storyboarding in which you can discuss about or look around for camera angles. You can look about the hookup scenes and the scene planning, where the character will be coming, where the character will be going out, things like that. So you can have design the storyboard, you can have a look on it, and then you can see that if the storyboard is able to convey your story in a proper way, and does it have any kind of principle, like, you know, generally we have in film production a principle of storytelling that is called question and answer pattern. So how you are going to, you know, at the starting stage, are you going to give the answer to the audience? For example, let's say there is a scene where you see that who is the murderer and who is doing the murder of that particular person. Now you have the answer that he's the murderer. Now the question comes, will people or will police will be able to identify that murderer or not? So this is a kind of a question and answer pattern that director presents to the audiences. Now the storyboard is formed according to that, and storyboard acts as a track for the animation. Whenever we are working on production, character design, it acts as a, you know, kind of a track on which we have to follow. We don't have to divert from the track. Now then comes traditional animation. As we know that animation root started with this traditional animation, so I won't be speaking much about this traditional animation. It used just light boards and everything to get started. However, now comes the digital animation, when the traditional animation took a longer time and used a lot of human powers. Then digital animation came into picture, where softwares and computer replaced light boxes and all. So digital animation was a vector based or a software based program in which all kind of animation that we are seeing on Pogo or Cartoon Network is digital animation, digitized. When we were working on different series for Cartoon Network, we got different animation that we learned many things, that instead of working on a frame by frame animation, there is a lot of scope, there is a lot of options that we can use to reduce the manpower and time estimations. So digital animation is just the animation that is being carried on the application that we have. There are many applications like Adobe Animate, Adobe Character Animator, you know, After Effects could be a digital animation tool as well, and Toon Boom Studio. So many, Harmony, and many applications are there that you can use for digital animations. And digital animation is basically a time saving as well as a cost effective solution as compared to the traditional animation. So there was a client who came to us for requesting for a digital animation for, let's say, it was around 20-25 seconds of animation. And he said, I asked him that, when do you want it? He said that you can give me that in 2-3 hours, that's all. So I said that are you kidding me? This is 2-3 hours work. Do you have an idea of animation? Then he said, no, I thought that is just a kind of a, you'll just add images and everything will be done. So I explained him the process, and then I told him that it is going to take time depending on the pre-production, depending on the character stylizations and everything. So yeah, digital animation does take time, but it's not as compared to traditional animation, it is much quicker. And the important thing in digital animation is that you can always go back to the previous frame and see what happened, where was the glitch, where was the jerk, and then you can correct that. So that's very simple and easy to use. Everybody, I think today many YouTubers are using this kind of digital animation for their promotions and everything like that. So that was digital animation. Now, not recently, but almost 3-4 years back, whiteboard animation was in a very huge demand. So whiteboard animation is just a combination of simple graphics and a hand that is drawing on the board. So previously, when it started, it was a real shoot where the hand is drawing everything on a whiteboard. Later on, this whiteboard animation, shooting and everything was changed and was actually replaced by the application itself. And we can see in today there are many applications on the internet as well that do whiteboard animation in a very quicker way. Video Scribe, Goofy, and other applications like Vyond and everything. These are for whiteboard animation, and you can get a different kind of hands option, you can get different kind of libraries, and you can create a 1-minute animation in just a few hours. That's it. So video animation is one of the best part that is being actually considered in the market at this moment, because it is very cheap when it compares to when let's say, for example, if a client come to me and ask for a 20-second promotional video in digital animation. So the timeline would be much more different than a whiteboard animation. A whiteboard animation can be used for anything, whether if you are selling a property, you can share a whiteboard animation for that. If you're purchasing a property, you can share the tips and tricks accordingly. If you're explaining it to the students, any lesson based or any gaming kind of activity, whiteboard can be used. So whiteboard covers almost everything. It is being used as a training in the industry. It is being used as explainer videos for many students and many companies that uses whiteboard animation too. Because it is simple and easy to understand. Nobody has to put efforts just to understand that what is going on the screen. So we don't want that. So this was whiteboard animation. And yep, when it comes to e-learning is a part of 2D animation or 3D animation. But yep, easy way of explaining any lesson-based work to the students, and that also helps them to understand and keep it in their memory that what happened. For example, if we are mixing this chemical sulfur or something, and then mixing it with other chemical and it blast, so the student will always remember that if we'll mix it, then it will be a blast, because the blast was in their mindset, it blasts. But in paper, when we use a book, so there will be just an illustration with a note that when you'll mix it, it will be a blast. They might forget it. So 2D animation for education industry is one of the most powerful one. Similar comes with gaming. There are many activities in gaming as well. So this is part of 2D animation. So if you guys have any question for 2D animation, please feel free to ask.
Mr. Abhishek, we will be taking the questions at the end. That I think that will be better.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So here comes the 3D animation. The second part is 3D animation. And in 3D, I will be just going on a short. I think I'll have to cover more things on other domains as well. So 3D animation comes with 3D graphics. Now, 3D graphics is one of the assets that is being used in the industry. to present anything in 3D. So for example, if I have a curtain and I don't have it manufactured yet, I can design it in 3D and I can use it on my website. It's a 3D graphics. So many 3D e-commerce site, they use 3D models and prototypes for presenting on the website so that we can see and we can buy it. Although they give a kind of a punchline that actual product may vary from the image that is on the internet. So we can use 3D graphics, product modeling for this e-commerce site. Now 3D dynamics and film animation. Dynamics would be something that is being used for all kind of effects in 3D, whether it's sea, whether it's fluid animation, flies and everything. We can use that. And film animation, your industry, I mean, people who are getting engaged in animation, the first thing they learn is about the 3D animation, that is film industry animation. So it could be short films animation, long full length animation, so small, I mean, if we talk about advertisement, if we talk about small clips, that can be done in 3D animation as well. 3D also interacts with game and prototypes for creating games. As I said earlier, that people design the games, but they don't implement it right away. They do a test run, they do a prototype in 3D, they see how the characters are looking and everything, and then once the prototype is good enough, they move on to the complete production and development of the games. So nowadays, previously when we were kids, or almost 10 years back, there was a part of games when we were playing games, when we were watching an animation, it got converted, or the virtual reality replaced that area as well. So the virtual reality was one of the it is also growing, it is being developed still, it's not at the 100%, but virtual reality was a part where 3D was one of the most important that domain that was used for virtual reality as well. I was working on a project. It was a virtual tour of a very expensive, a luxury watch brand. So we had to create the virtual reality tour in which people can move through the workshop, can see the appliances, can see where the watch is being manufactured, how it's being manufactured, and they can see, even they can zoom and they can pick one part, and then they can also drop it somewhere. There were some activities as well, so that they get a good chance of to interact and to see while sitting at the comfort of their home, and seeing and walking through the factory as well. So this was the kind of a virtual reality helps. Virtual reality also helps in doing medical surgeries. As I explained earlier, not every medical student will be getting a different body for doing surgeries and all, and there might be a different or a kind of a tough decision that they are watching everything on a real body doing by some doctors and all, and whenever they get an option or a chance to do the surgery, there might be a tough decision for them, that will they be able to do it or not. Because in the medical industry, it is said that when the heart is running, it becomes very tough to do that surgery. So I just got an example. There was an engineer, he was an automobile engineer, and he used to do he was working on a motorcycle engine, and he said that, what is the difference between a doctor and me? I also do all the kind of engineer works in my motorcycle engine. So why don't I get paid as a doctor? So the doctor smiled and said that, I know you do a very good job, that you operate, it's the heart, the engine is the heart of the motorcycle, I totally understand that, but try doing your engineering or maintenance work while the engine is running. So everyone was speechless. it was a very good example that when we are lying on bed and any surgery is going on, our body is continuously running. So 3D virtual reality was a very helpful that students get an opportunity to operate directly to a 3D model, and exactly whatever we see in our live body, it happens the similar way. The blood pops out, there are different layers of the screen, and they get different tools to operate it. So they have a kind of a live experience feeling, so that whenever they get a chance to operate the live body, at least it should be something very, very similar to what they have learned with the virtual reality and augmented realities. And same with the scientific animation. Now Elon Musk has declared that he will be designing all the gears and everything for SpaceX in India itself. So scientific animation, it is being used in satellite industries, it is being used in many medical industries as well, mechanicals as well. So lots of scientific areas where 3D is being used as a kind of a product modeling, prototype modeling, environmental modeling, anything like that. And there are many. One of the most best aspects of 3D was the realistic renderings, where we can take an example of Paul Walker. There was a movie called Fast and Furious when he died due to some accident. So Paul Walker was created, they did some VFX and they used some techniques. This is not a kind of a time to discuss about those techniques, but that technique was used. It was also 3D and a combination of VFX as well. And they built a Paul Walker and they completed the film. So we can take it as an example. Realistic renderings, there are many ways. There are different properties that is being built. In United States itself, there are many properties that government doesn't want anyone to see it directly what is all. So they create a realistic renderings, modify everything, and they put it on the web. That this is the kind of so people will see it, and people can recognize it. Okay, people from animation industry or from a 3D industry might be able to recognize, oh, it's a 3D rendering. But general people, if you talk about 80% of the population, they won't be able to understand that is it real or 3D or something. There are many movies. If we talk about Narnia, now the lion was completely built in 3D. Now if we talk about general people, they won't be able to understand whether what was it 3D or was it real. So they don't get an idea. So that was a realistic rendering that we used 3D for it. The best part of this animation is motion graphic, and that is on a huge boom in today's industry at this moment. Explainer videos is one part. It is follows by how-to videos, or we can say instructional videos, web videos for banners. We see many website where there are moving objects and a banner is being animated. So motion graphic is being used there. Marketing videos, presentation videos, demo videos, UI animation, logo animation, GIF animation, typography, lots of things in motion graphics. So if we talk about explainer videos, explaining about the product or businesses in a motion graphic can work. So there are many things. Let me share my screen and see. So there are many motion graphics animation. If we talk about explainers.
Is a place where over 400,000 alumni can come together and connect globally. It's an online platform that bridges the gap between university and industries. Networking can be a chore, but with Network RMIT, you can find classmates, future employers, and last year's graduates for help with just about anything. It's a safe and collaborative space to spread your wings, where you can see at a glance if someone is willing to help and in what way, with a powerful and detailed search tool. If you need advice on entering the job market, your next career move, or how to handle a tricky boss.
So there was just a kind of example of explainer video, how you are explaining a business to, if you talk about, let's say, for example, if we take an example of Ola. So Ola was introduced, and there were different explainers videos for Ola itself, that how you are going to use the business. So that was explainer video about the business. Now there it came from how to videos. It's a kind of a training videos where you get a chance to see how you can operate that application. Let's say Ola, let's take an example. Previously it was an explainer video how Ola came into market, what are the uses of Ola. Now how to videos is how to use the application mobile app. Suppose you are standing on the road and you need to book a cab, then at least you get an how to videos that how you are going to book a cab. That's quite easy. So this was how to videos, instructional videos for the businesses. And marketing videos, there's a difference between explainer videos and marketing videos. Marketing is videos is what you market yourself. For example, let's again take an example for Ola itself. It came with a problem. Ola highlighted a problem that you are standing on the street and you are waving your hand to stop a cab or an auto, but nothing is being stopped. Everyone is just moving around. So what will you do? This is the problem. You are standing late night or in the evening or early morning. You need a cab. You have some urgent appointments, but you're not able to. So this was the problem Ola raised, and then they came out with the solution. Why use Ola? Book anytime, anywhere, any place. So the solution, and then they gave a plan of action that download Ola on your mobile app and get started with booking a cab anytime you want. So it was a marketing video, and actually it was very successful. Similar goes with Oyo Rooms as well. Now, presentation video for explaining your ideas. Presentation videos could be anything. It could be PPT presentation. It could be any idea that you're presenting, that how you developed an illustration. For example, you are building, let's say, a kind of a conceptual art. So if you're building a conceptual art, how did you develop that? You can explain everything according to, series of images, that how you started with this scratch elements and then it got converted into this and that. And then you come out with the final thing that this is the kind of concept that I was planning. So there was a presentation videos. Demo videos is something that you give a demonstration to anyone. For example, you buy a vacuum cleaner and you need to show how it functions, what are the benefits, what are the downfalls of it. So a demo video could be helpful for everyone to see what the product is all about, whatever product you are purchasing or businesses you are hiring. So this is now. There is also a term added in motion graphic, was the UI animation. It got recently, there are many applications that was introduced, was Adobe XD and many other applications as well, where you do the UI animations. So if we talk about a mobile user interface, if we are designing anything, but we also need to see that how a person will get onboarded or how they want to see that what's going on. So UI animation is just you click here, you go there, and there you'll find these options. You can click this and that. So this is how the UI animation is being used, just to showcase the customer or the financer that this is how this application will work. So this is how they decide that if they want to go ahead with developing or adding any other features or not. Logo animation, we have seen that logo animation currently, if we start a movie, there is a logo animation at the start. If we talk about any company's explainer videos or anything, we get started with a logo animation. In fact, if we take YouTubers who are creating different videos, they have a logo animation at the start. So it's most of the important parts in demo, in the motion graphics area. And there is also, we have seen many, if we log in on Facebook or anywhere, we can see small thumbnails that is being animated. If we talk about MACD, you buy a glass of cold coffee, you get this free. So these are small, it's called GIF animation. It's a part of, motion graphics. So GIF animation, it's a complete, a good or a kind of a very big industry that is going to be formed. It is a kind of a process. Many companies that only works on GIF animation, and they have huge clients like Toyota, McDonald's, Audis. So we have worked for Toyota as well, we have worked for Audi as well, and McDonald's as well. So the GIF animation was a part of that project. And typography, how you present your text, different angles, different style, different fonts and all that. So this was a part of motion graphics. It is being widely used, and most of many students can decide to go ahead with motion graphics as a career, because it is one of the vast and one of the most demanding animations today in the market. Stop motion is a part that anyone who have a kind of a phone or a digital camera can get started with stop motion. It's a very simple technique, but there are different ways or different type of stop motion. Object animation is there, claymation is there, pixelation is there, cutout motion, puppet animation, silhouette animation. So these are the basic stop motion techniques that people use while doing the animation. It is very easy. If let's say I want to show some stop motion and I have a camera, I can just put a camera. I can I can share a link, or I can just show a link here. I just found it on the web. It was good information for students to see and learn.
Sometimes called stop frame, is an animation technique that's existed for over 100 years. Filmmakers realized early on that they could create amazing illusions by stopping and starting their cameras. Objects, clay, puppets, and even people can be animated. The principles are always the same. Place something in front of a camera and take a picture. Move it slightly and take another picture. Do this a bunch more times. When you string these images together, the object appears to move. Typically, 12 frames create 1 second of stop-motion animation. By varying the amount you change the object between frames, you can make it appear to move slower or faster. This is the most basic principle of animation. Puppets are a little more complicated to animate because they have so many moving parts. A puppet must be flexible but able to hold any pose for an extended period of time. Inside is a strong skeleton made of aluminum wire or specially engineered joints. This is called an armature. Even a puppet's clothing usually has wire in it so it can hold gravity-defying poses. Most puppets can't stand by themselves. They must be screwed to the set or supported by a rig that is digitally erased later. Some puppets are built with mouths that can open, but many aren't. To get the fullest range of mouth and facial expression, replacement parts are often used instead. This can be as simple as using stickers for the mouths, or as complicated as swapping the entire head with a new one. That's how Jack was able to sing and change emotion in The Nightmare Before Christmas. Recent films like Paranorman and The Box Trolls have utilized 3D printing to create thousands of replacement parts. In fact, a lot of technology is used to aid in production, such as digital SLR cameras and software like DragonFrame. This software allows an animator to capture images directly to a computer and play their animation back instantly. This is something early animators working on film never dreamed of. But you don't need to invest in all of that technology if you want to make stop-motion animation. Like most things these days, there's an app for that. Vine, for example, has become a popular tool and distribution platform for stop-motion production. Stop-motion animation may be an antique medium, but most people agree it's only gotten better with age. For the latest in stop motion animation, check out Mashable's latest coverage. And don't forget.
So you're not audible.
Mr. Abhishek, you are not audible. Please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was on mute actually.
Yeah.
There was just a kind of example of stop motion, and you can anyone can start it with just a camera or a mobile phone. There are many applications available in the internet, so they can download, get started with something, and yeah, it's not very widely used in the market because it's a bit time consuming as well. And we can see that many stop motions are in on TV channels. Shaun the Sheep was one of the part. That was one of the fantastic series that was created in stop motions and clay animations. So it depends. It's a kind of a unique and time-taking areas where most of the population depend on creating that, but yes, whoever has a budget, whoever thinks that they have a good amount of time to invest and come out with a unique way of presenting any business or product, they can go ahead with stop motion animations. So pixelation, it's a kind of a moving people or animating. You can use different people, shoot by points, and taking snapshot and combining them all together. That will give you an illusion of moving moving people, or joining, or kind of creating any kind of logos or design. So that's a pixelation. Cutout is just, you can use cutout animation is just generally use paper cuttings, do an animation, something like that. So it's a part of stop motion animation, but you can use different material, whether you can use objects, you can use clay, you can use papers, you can use puppet, or you can go ahead with silhouette animation, where you can put a very thick or a very thin clothing in which there is a light from behind, and you can do the animations from the silhouette accordingly. So this was for stop motion animation. And e-learning, I would like to give some overview on e-learning, because this is a new industry, or it is being formed, and it is a specific companies that are only involved in e-learning, and that is very helpful for most of the companies or schools or universities to get started with it. So e-learning generally involves interactive learnings. It could be anything where students can interact, like in today's world, we have been doing from a very long time that we create different kind of options for the infants, and we also create an options for a college graduate. They interact with different options and learn. There are many online courses like Articulate and everything. These are being used for e-learning programs, where you can create different options. For example, you have a question, and then you give 5 options for them, or 4 options, and the students or the person who is watching that, they get a chance to interact. They can select any answer, and they can get an answer that if it was correct or not. So it was interactive learning. Simulation is something that where students can get involved in learning something. It could be they are trying to start a plane, so they get some different option for simulations as well, that these are the keys, there you have to turn on the keys, there you have to put the levers, things like that. So it depends on different industry as well. Puzzle solving, you can create a puzzle. You can also, it involves, there are 2 aspects of e-learning. One is only the designing part, where you design everything, and one is the development part, where you develop the interactive courses or puzzle solving courses in some codes languages, where it starts with some artificial intelligence program, where students, when interacting, the computer behaves like some other person who is actually interacting with the students, and gives them an idea that yes, you need to do the same thing while you are working on examinations or somewhere. It gives them a kind of a feeling that all right, someone is there who is monitoring me that if I'm taking the right answer or wrong answers. And e-learning could be used for, it is widely used for lesson and course-based learning. We have been working for few schools from Canada and US, where we have been providing lesson-based course where we use mathematics and physics as a complete book of animation, and the students who are not able to solve the problems of mathematics, they go ahead and watch the course with the animation techniques, that how they do it, how they solve it. It's just a kind of a normal animation, that what how do you solve it. It's just a kind of a scribbling thing. And there are many games and activity based learning in e-learning itself. There, if you want, like, you know, I can understand that the session is a complete looking like a kind of a boring session. I'm just putting all my words and I'm not able to create any kind of humor or anything like that, because I just need to cover all the points that is helpful for the students to understand that what are the areas they can focus on and how they can improve it. So I'm very sorry for this kind of lengthy sessions with all these theoretical knowledge and all.
Definitely, that's nothing like that. You have been giving because see, animation has obviously a design aspect, and it also has a technical aspect also. So that all you have been covering. So it's all going good.
All right, thanks. But yeah, generally what happens, animation itself is an entertainment you know, kind of stuff. So we need to be include some humorous activities as well. However, the types of animation is a very long thing. I mean, I can spend a complete day in just explaining 2D animation. There we can add a lot of stuff as well. So however, going further, a student needs to focus on what are the areas that they need to focus while taking it as a career or improving themselves. So 2D covered, 3D covered, motion graphic covered, stop motion covered, e-learning covered. Now the important areas that student needs to work on. So there are, I'll only talk about 2-3 things more. So areas that they need to focus is that almost all the animation techniques will, it depends on the basic concepts of animation. Every domain, 2D, 3D, stop motion, or everything is actually interconnected. So student needs to learn the basic in order to pursue a domain. If they are pursuing 2D animation, they'll need to learn the basic. If they are you know, pursuing 3D animation, they'll need to learn the basics, and the basics is same for all the domains. Back in you know, if we talk about in 2015, 2012, there were people who were specialized in their particular skills, like I'm a 3D modeler and I cannot do rigging, I cannot do animation, I cannot do this and that. But now when we hire anyone in the industry, we don't look for a specific skill that you only do the you know, labor, until and unless I have a team of 700 people where I can divide all the skill sets in 50 groups. But currently, if I'm hiring, I need to hire a generalist that know 3D animation as well, rigging as well, or if he's not an animator, at least he should have an idea of animation, that how it's being done, and you know, texturing, lighting, and everything. So we need generalists. Similar goes with 2D. They need to understand what a storyboard is, how the pre-production is being done. At least they don't work on pre-production, but they should be knowing that this is how it functions, and these are the basic principles that he has to follow while working on the animation. So everything is interconnected. They need to just focus on that only. Now, how you will be able to prepare yourself for the industry is the best domain you think that you will be best to work at, choose that domain only. You don't have to get distracted. Like If I'm good at 2D animation, I'll be choosing 2D as a domain. If my friend is choosing VFX or 3D animation, I shouldn't get distracted and I choose 3D and oh, my friend is doing 3D animation, I should take also 3D animation. And there you stand nowhere. If you're interested, if you're something good at it, choose that domain. Learn all the basic and practical knowledge of that particular domain. Example, if I choose 2D animation, I should learn all the basic principles for pre-production, production, post-production, as well as principles of animation and everything. And I should have a practical knowledge as well, not just theoretical knowledge where I get a chance to learn and write that, all right, what a storyboard is, or what kind of a script, what is a script, or how the production is being done. We don't have to, we have to do it, practically implement it so that you get an experience before you prepare yourself for the bigger industries. Now, the important factor in the industry is, for animation industry, is have a fantastic portfolio. And that portfolio is very important, just because that animation industry don't work on verbals. Whatever you might be very good at anything, but if you are not able to show anything to the company, you might not get a chance. So you need to have a very fantastic portfolio. Things to keep in mind while working on the portfolio: always include the latest trends of the market. Do not use any past or 10 years old work or a scrap work or any scribbles, right? And prepare your portfolio accordingly. Apart from that, after all these things have been covered, like you choose your domain, you have practical knowledge, you have a portfolio, you need to be able to present yourself. You need to convey what your goal is and areas that you want to achieve with that portfolio. For creating portfolio, it doesn't mean that, if, let's say, for example, I'm preparing a portfolio, I should include 2D, 3D, everything. You can include that. But whatever you are including, if we talk about 2D animation, I should include some rough sketches for the concept, that how I developed this concept. Then I formed a kind of a, you can take one concept, a boy is going to school, you can get started with rough sketches, you can get started developing it, you can come out with a storyboard, 2, 3, 4 panels of storyboard, get them animated, and creating backgrounds, creating characters. You can illustrate all the things that is being used in that animation. So just one concept, and everybody will be able to know that you are capable of doing right from storyboard to the final execution of the animation. So this is very important for you to know and understand and present it in the portfolio. You can also series of images, video clips, animation itself, but segregate and have it in a systematic manner. Get updated with the latest technology. It's not that I was using Flash back in 2008, so I'm familiar with that only. I don't know the latest trends. No, you have to be updated with the latest trends, because you never know, if you're applying in Tata Consultancy, if you're applying in Infosys, you might be asked that, do you know Adobe XD? Do you know Adobe Character Animator? And you said that, no, sir, I don't have any experience. Always get updated. Whatever you are learning in the institution, that is fine. That will give you a basic idea how a software operates. That will be very helpful for you. Now you get a chance for YouTube, you get time for exploring your portfolio, working on portfolio, try learning some applications as well. So these are the points for getting prepared yourself for industry. Now for portfolio, as I said, that you need to take theme, you need to take a style, you need to develop the concept and show it everything. Collect best samples, animation, images, whatever you are choosing, 2D animation, video editing, anything, according to the theme. If you're taking a theme, just take that theme and create the portfolio according to that theme. It is widely acceptable in the bigger industry. If you're going for a smaller company, let's say for example 100 or 200 people, there might be whatever you create, they'll accept it. But if you're learning, if you're targeting some bigger industry, if you're targeting bigger for your career, bigger options, bigger experience level, then you need to focus on the branding theme of your portfolio. Organize the portfolio in a systematic manner. Again, I'm repeating this point because if I get a portfolio from someone, if it's not organized, that I'm getting storyboard at first, then I'm directly getting the post-production file, then I'm getting character design, then I'm getting these kind of things. So it's not acceptable. It's not giving a good impression that resources or students who are coming for the interview and they are not organized, how are they going to work in an industry with an unorganized manner? Always check your spellings before putting it on the portfolio. There are many spelling mistakes we found. So there is a possibility. I can understand that artist, sometimes what happens, artist is not very good in communication, or artist not very good in written communication. They might do mistake, but what you have to do while creating a portfolio, you don't have to do that mistake. Let your portfolio speak rather than you speak. People who are watching your portfolio should say, this is what they were wanting, this is what they were looking for, and this is the excellent work they have seen. Just design 5 seconds of animation. I'm not telling that you design a complete movie, just 5-second animation, and that should give you an opportunity to work for the bigger industry. Put all your efforts in that 5-second animation, and then you will definitely get a good chance. The portfolio, important thing is that the portfolio should not be in pen drives. The portfolio should be online on Behance or any website. If you have created, it should be there so that it gives you a reflection. It gives us a reflection to view the portfolio right at once, share it with the company, and see if you're capable enough to handle our challenges or not. So this is a kind of an overview of how you are going to work on the portfolio. And yes, if you are performing bachelor's degree, go ahead with master's degree right at one go. Don't just after doing bachelor's degree and then take a break, work for somewhere, and then start master's again. No, this won't work out well. You need to go have it at a one go, take experiences, and accordingly move based on the keep updating your portfolio and look for bigger options. So I think I have covered all the points. So now you guys, if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer.
So first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Abhishek for such an insightful session, because as I told earlier also, when Mr. Abhishek was saying that it's turning out to be a boring session, so it was nothing like that, because animation is a medium that includes both the design aspect as well as the technology is also involved. So obviously, if you are aspiring to be into this field, and now there is so much of technical advancement happening in the field, so you have to be obviously, if you are going into the field, so there will be design knowledge already there with you, but to grow further as a manager, or maybe go into the field of direction, you have to be aware of all the technical aspects also. Then only you will be able to like troubleshoot them at the right time. So that was an amazing session, and I am actually short of what question I should ask, because you have explained how you what are the points one should focus on, how you have to develop the portfolio. Each and everything you have already covered so extensively. So because you are into the hiring part, so I am aware that you know all these aspects, and these are the things which you like face on daily basis while screening the candidates. So, but still, because we are an educational institute, so I would like to have one like view from your side that the students who are like aspiring to be into the animation field, like what is that one thing they should keep in as a regular practice? Like if they want to be an animator, let's say if somebody wants to be a 2D animator, then what kind of practices you suggest they should do on regular basis? Like, see, obviously sketching is there. So is there any specific kind of reference they should like go for, or whatever your view is? I would like to know from you on that.
Yeah, so we faced many issues with this as well in our industry as well, that people who have a good sketching skill, they have a good observation skill as well. If a person is sitting, then they get an opportunity to judge that person and they can draw it. But people who are just sitting ideal, they don't have a good sketching hand, but they have a good animation style, but they are not very creative. If we talk about, let's say, as an example, if I ask anyone to draw and create an animation for a walking scene, they will just sit on the desk and they just follow the principle and they'll do the walking. But if I'll ask some animator who have a good sketching and who have a great way of observation, he will be designing that animation in a more creative way and in a more dynamic way, where I can see the difference between a static animation of a person who is sitting idle and working on animation and a person who has an observation. So observation is very important from sketching, and sketching is going to help you in every field of animations as well. Whether if you know sketching, if you have ability of sketching, you can decide to go ahead with 2D animation. Later on, you can go ahead with working on pre-production, concept artists. You can go ahead working with UI designs as well, creating wireframes, so website layoutings, background concepts, everything like that. So sketching is the root area where you need to focus. And if everybody is good at it, at least they'll have a good observation. Sometimes what happens, there are many candidates who doesn't have a good skill, but they observe it, but they are not able to implement that into the animation. It happens most of the times. But we can see that in industry, our resources, what they do, they stand in front of the mirror, they act, they observe themselves, how the expression is going on, how the animation, how the hands are going on, and then accordingly they do the animation. And you know what, it gets approved right at one go with just some minimal corrections of something. So observation, sketchings, it's very important for the students if they are pursuing, if they are going for animation field as a 2D animator or a 3D animator.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the panelists, if anybody wants to ask, or students or the attendees may write down in the chat box as well.
May I question?
Yep.
Sure.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Sai.
Hi.
My question is directly associated to placement of the students. And since you have already been here in many committees at Amity School of Fine Arts, I'd like to utilize this opportunity to ask you that a student of final year, many times what happens with the students that till third year they said they do not do anything, but in the final year they just put the gears up. How in the final stages also a student can shape up a portfolio to get through the industry? Because as you have already mentioned, many streams in the animation, and you have specified them very clearly: 2D animation, 3D animation, VFX, experimental, even the education system. How these things can be in the last moment, even if a student wishes to get through the portfolio, how he can shape it to and get to the industry in a better position?
Well, it's very simple. If we talk about, if let's say, for example, I'm in the final year and I don't have a portfolio, I was just, jumping from this domain to that domain in the complete educational career. So what will happen? I'm in the final year now. I need to get a job. I need to get into the industry. So anyways, I'll have to prepare my portfolio. So the important factor that I have to consider while working on that portfolio is that my interest area. What are the best area that I'm capable of? if I have a good sketching, I'll just move on to that area. If I have a good 3D modeling skill, I'll just move on to that area. So I'll be preparing my, as I said, that I need to focus on which are the domains that I have to go ahead with that. I can use only 5 designs. I can use only 5 images as a portfolio, but that 5 images or 2 images, whatever I have to create, that should be at the very good level so that I get enter in the market. It's not that I need a huge portfolio of 10, 12 pages with hundreds of design and varieties. And all right, diversified portfolio is very important, but it is important for the bigger industry when you have already gained a 10, 12 years of experience and you have a good portfolio. Generally, what happens, people who are working on the industry, they don't have a portfolio. What they do, whatever they have directed, explainer, if their team have created hundreds of explainer video, that hundreds of explainer video becomes their propriety, I mean kind of their portfolio. So if we are trying to enter in an industry with no portfolio, there is a very little bit of chance, because animation industry demands portfolio. Because if you are telling Varun that you are a very good and great animator, I really understand that you might be a very good animator, but I have not seen anything. I'm at risk giving you a chance, right? If I hire you on XYZ packages, and then if I give you an animation and then you are not able to do anything, then I might ask you to leave. So that shouldn't happen. If a person doesn't have a portfolio, they should think that what are the areas they are best at it. In these entire 3-4 years, whatever they have studied right from first year, there might be some areas they were good at it. So if they are good at only communication, they can create a presentation for communication itself, that I am good at communication for communicating animation industry. I know all the elements, and then they can apply for some kind of leading positions, that I can handle clients, I can discuss with the clients, I can take the things, I can distribute it, I can convey this message to that audience. So these are the aspects that they need to focus on. They need to take a theme or whatever their interest area, create 2, 4, 5 images, have them presented in a systematic manner, and then apply. And definitely they will be getting some options.
That was a wonderfully explained content, and that's what I discuss with my students as well. Because in our field, the portfolio is the face to us. And whenever we go for the placements, that is the only thing they see.
That is why I said that let your portfolio speak, not you. Your portfolio will only speak. There are many resources whom we hired, we have not interviewed them. We don't know their communication skills. We don't know their what they do or what they look like. We saw that portfolio, we gave them a test, they were fantastic, we just hired them. No communication. There are many resources whom we hired in lockdown. I don't know them, I have not spoken with them, but whatever the work that was assigned to them, because we only work for international clients, we don't work for Indian clients, so our quality of work is only for Western world. So people, resources who are good at it, we definitely hire them. So this is how an industry works. If I have a good portfolio, definitely I'll be getting a good opportunities. And after getting a good opportunities, if I'm planning for a bigger industry, I'll have to create the portfolio accordingly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sai.
Right. Okay, any more questions?
Any questions from the panelists?
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. That was an interesting presentation. In a nutshell, you explained all. I know it's very difficult to explain in a short duration everything, but yeah, but still, I mean, you gave a very good cross section of the things. My question to you would be, apart from let us say learning about animation techniques and animation skills, what else helps a student to develop a portfolio?
What else? I mean, if a student is already in the animation industry, and what helped them to
Animation, like institute, for example, if
okay,
student
any
is
other
studying, what other things help him or her to come up with a good and a very in-depth portfolio, something
Right.
which will inspire, let us say, the industry people?
Right. So look, there are different kind of areas that a student develops the portfolio. Now, when it comes to animation portfolio, animation students, we would be needing to see the animations. We need to see their skill set, whatever they have applied. Suppose there is a graphic designer, so we want to see what kind of theme they have taken, what kind of branding elements they have created. Similar goes with web designers and developers. They will be creating the website in such a way. The factors that need to understand for an industry while applying to create while applying for an industry to create an in-depth portfolio is a theme-based portfolio. A theme-based portfolio is very important, because if I know the color scheme and a theme on which I can design a portfolio, I can design anything. If I'm taking red, generally what happens in Valentine's Day, white and red is a combination. We get an email from the HR that today the dress code is white and red kind of thing. And definitely for different clients around the globe, it's Valentine's area. Whatever you are creating should be in a red and white theme. So a person who has a good color theory and a theme on which they can work, and a theme could not be that color scheme should be a theme, but theme could be something like, for example, if I'm a photographer and I want to publish my or create my portfolio, I'll take a theme that I'll take, let's say, for example, beggars in New Delhi. I'll be taking that theme. I'll be taking photographs. I'll be not just taking photographs of X number of beggars, but I'll be trying to explain his life cycle or his life in that photograph. I can take images that how he's eating, or how he's begging on the road, what he do at night. This is how he sleeps, a complete from morning to end of the day. So this will give a chance, because if I'm a person who is hiring a photographer, I'll look not for just the photography. I know that there are digital cameras many where that you can just focus and you can get a good quality images, but I'll see the camera angles, I'll see the theme, that how you have covered it. We'll also include animation principle in that. We cannot jump the camera from I'm sitting here and then in the next image I'm sitting here. So it's a kind of a jump camera. So you'll have to select the theme on which you are working on it, and accordingly you need to illustrate a kind of a story for all kind of portfolio, whether it's 2D animation, 3D animation, photography, web design, anything. So a theme or a kind of illustration of the story is very important.
And that would require research, I suppose?
It's absolutely, it's very depending. It's very important that look, the search, where it comes, this search thing, when I don't know, if I am from the animation field, if I'm in the 2D background, I know the basic principle. What I needed to know was a guidance that how I'm going to prepare the portfolio. I don't need to search that what are the principle of animation. I don't need to search that how an animation is being created. I just need to know that how I'm going to and what I'm going to systematically arrange in my portfolio. So similar goes with web designing, similar goes with graphics and photographics or whatever field you want. Even if we talk about architects, we generally see the portfolio of them. They are technicals, but they create that. They start with a scratch layout, that this was the survey land, this is what the size of the land. We came out with a professional diagram, then we created the floor plan, then we created the 3D building, then we showed the interiors of it, then we showed some lighting condition, that in night how the building will look like and all that. So this is how a theme is being developed. They took a theme, they created right from one to the end. So this is what we need. And search based is something where you need to search, you don't know what to do, and then you are needing to search that what are the areas that you need to include in that portfolio. If I'm a photographer and I need to include animation, I'll need to search that what are the animation that are relating to photograph and that will be supporting my portfolio as well. That is the search area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abhishek. Kaushik sir, any more questions?
No, ma'am, I think we are done. I would once again like to thank Mr. Abhishek for sparing his valuable time and joining with us for giving his insights on modes of animation. So thank you, Mr. Abhishek, on behalf of Amity School of Fine Arts. You have been associated with us in the past as well. So we would love to have you in future.
All right. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me a chance to explore my experiences here. So thank you very much for the session, and I wish you all a very happy rest of your day.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Right. Bye-bye. Take care.
You too. Yeah.
Take care, you too, Abhishek.
Okay, so with this, we move on to our second speaker. Our second speaker is Mr. Varun Sahai. Mr. Varun Sahai is a faculty at ASFA, as all of us know. Mr. Varun Sahai is an educationist at Amity School of Fine Arts, Amity University, Noida since 2008. Mr. Sahai specializes in animation and multimedia. He studied economics at the undergraduate level from University of Delhi and afterwards developed inclination towards animation. Later, he completed his post-graduation in animation and currently is pursuing his PhD on impact of animated characters on children. I welcome you, Mr. Sahai, and ask you to please share your presentation.
Thank you so much for that introduction, ma'am. Today, I'll be starting a journey of history of animation. I've combined these two topics of Western animation and Asian animation. And I've taken the most important significance aspects, characters which were built by the major studios, what are the pioneers, and where all it started from. So with this presentation and some videos I've compiled for this journey, and I hope you all will be enjoying that, and also there will be some information which I'll be able to share with you. Is my screen visible to you? Thank you.
It's visible.
Sure, sir. So I'll just start at what animation is about. It is the art of creating a series of different images that creates the appearance of movement when played in a rapid succession over time. Moreover, if it is more breakdown into a very basic content, it is any art which is moving is animation. And that's what the art of movement talks about. What is movement? It's making static drawings come alive. It can be 3D animation, 2D animation, all the aspects which we have learned today in this mode of animation. And it can be clay, it can be sand, it can be multiple experimental techniques, it can be 3D animation, and moreover, now even this user interface, user experience designs, all other part of animation business. What animation is, basically talking about it, it is persistent vision. Our eyes capture these images very rapidly, and we must have seen even when we put this camera in front of any screen, we are able to see the multiple frames getting bypassing our eyes, and you can see the images on your phone screen. That is because we are not able to acknowledge them with our blank eye, and those are the frames which are moving very quickly. And similarly is animation about it, or the images which are moving very in a motion, and we are able to relate a character that the character is moving. This started with multiple uh, things which came into existence. There were many experiments which were done, and this Magic Lantern is basically prima facie a modern day projector success. Uh, so it was invented in 1650s, and what happened was there was a translucent oil painting and a lens and a candle with oil. And in a dark room, the inverted image would have been projected on a wall and would have looked very vast. That was some significant tools, also known as Victorian era tools. And these tools have been invented much before the animation and content was produced. This we must all have seen Tomatoro, where one side of the image is maybe a bird and one side is a cage. And when this is moved in a very high frequency, maybe with a band or anything, you will be able to see that the cage and the bird inside the cage. So this was a Tomatoro was invented. Dreamscape Phonetoscope in 1831, and these all was some inventions were made, and this was to the three successes of animations which were invented. 1868. 1868, there was a first instance that was flipbook. And in this flipbook, there were multiple images which were drawn, and these multiple images are flipped together. Hello. It gives an illusion of the
Excuse me, sir. Bandari sir, please unmute yourself. I mean, mute yourself, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, with these inventions, these techniques which came into picture, the modern day animation started, and slowly and gradually people started understanding, and with the camera getting invented, there was more experimentation done throughout the world, even in India. I'll be talking about when we'll be touching upon Asian animation. So Paul, and he animated Fantasmor. So we call these people, these are 5 people which we call them as pioneers before Walt Disney. These were the people even before Walt Disney who created animation, and those were remarkable works. I'll just share the work what Paul created in 1908 with chalk and the drawings. So this was called in 1908, and this was the first attempt which was documented, and this gave a very clear idea to the industry how the things can be animated, how the pictures can really be moved, and this was the time when it started. The another person which is very renowned is George Miles, and he was a French filmmaker and also a cine magician. He also created a remarkable work of 40 minutes, I'll just show you the glimpse what it was about. Just will run through this one. This one is not having sound. This animation is also known as profilic. So this was another pioneer. Then Mackay, the Little Nemo. There was another animation which was done. It was Whitby the dinosaur. So very famous one. Blackton created the Enchanted Drawings in 1900s. Maybridge, Waltzing Couple in 1893. So these were all the remarkable works which were noticed. And these people are also known as the pioneers who created the animation techniques and which really got them. I'll be starting with the history of Western animation, how it started. And the most talked about are the studios, which we all know as Walt Disney Studios. Apart from it, studios like MGM and Warner Brothers, which created a lot of content in the terms of animation, and they contributed a lot. Disney was born in 1901, and he started his career as artist, and he drawn some images on this ambulance which he used to do, and that got very famous. And with that, he commercially started with his work, introducing this Laugh-O-Gram series, which was also content which was created for these political cartoons, and these were amazing. And with these animations done after age of 20, he started getting famous, and people used to recognize him as Disney. And these Laugh-O-Gram series got very famous. Though with many ups and downs, he was able to create another remarkable work such as Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. I'll just show you.
നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓരോ നാണയങ്ങൾ എൻ്റെ മോന് വേണ്ടി നിങ്ങൾ
So these were Laugh-O-Grams. So this talks about the very initial level of Walt Disney when he started his work, and later he moved to the series of Alice in Wonderland, which got very famous. And slowly and gradually, he started to recognize animation and what miracles it can do. Disney created a character which we all know as Mickey Mouse, but what was the successor to Mickey Mouse was Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. This was the first character which got very famous of Disney, and you can even relate this character much to the current Mickey Mouse as well. And because of some rights which were taken away by him as he was venturing with some people, and they took away all the rights of Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. So he was much into doubts what new to be created because he was not having rights to Oswald, and they finally created Mickey Mouse. And this was very much into research how to create a new character, and he finally created a sound animation with Mickey, and that was as per records, is the first animation with audio sync of the characters, and that was this animation, which is amazingly done content. If you can relate the year in 1928, and the technology was not there. Recorded as a first animation with sound, was done by Disney, and the works were so amazingly done that later on a stage that people started recognizing Disney as a person and the characters. Later he created some of the most remarkable works like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Playing Crazy in 1928. Some of them also got him Academy Awards. Flower and Trees was one of the first Academy Award winner animation in the category, and Disney got famous with all these works which he created. Other pioneers of Western animation includes MGM Studios. We might have heard about MGM Studios as some of the pioneers, and there were three studios: Metro Pictures, Goldwyn Pictures, and Louis B. Mayer Pictures, and that combined to create Metro Goldwyn Mayer Pictures (MGM), which we know as in current situation. And we all are aware for the logo, that line logo, which we see many a times when MGM cartoons begin. And we also can relate it to Tom and Jerry. And very few of us know that even after MGM, Warner Brothers took the rights of this, Tom and Jerry, and it was created there also for some time. And these are some of the most pioneer animators of that era, 1940s to 1958, William and Joseph. And they created these contents of Tom and Jerry, which was the most remarkable series of that time, and people thoroughly enjoyed it with the characters Tom and Jerry coming to play. And we also remember the series and Spikey and Dyke was also a series of MGM cartoons. Droopy. Other studios of Western animation included Warner Brothers, and if we relate our childhood memories, we will be able to relate to this character. Tweety, Sylvester, Bugs Bunny, so this Tasmanian Devil. These all are the characters which were the part of Warner Brothers animation, and that's why these people are the most pioneer in the animation industry, because they created the marketable work, and the Western animation is known about all these people, and the characters created even these people like the animators there. And, you can relate all these characters. These are all of Warner Brothers. even the Batman, Superman belongs to them. So these are the characters which got produced movies. We'll be quickly coming to history of Asian animation, and we'll be overviewing Indian animation and complete Chinese animation and Japanese animation. I'll be starting with Indian animation, and the first pioneer we can talk about is always Dada Saab Phalke. The movies, this was the time when the camera got invented, and Dada Saab Phalke, with this least known technology everywhere in the world, these experimentations were getting cast for creating animations and VFX. And that era, Dada Saab Phalke ji created some remarkable work with cameras, and he was able to create. I'll just show you a glimpse of Kali Dharmana. Some network issue on this.
Did you know Ease My Trip?
And I took up this challenge of cooking a surprise meal. I think this cheese is enough, right?
So this was remarkable, Dadasaheb Phalke, when he introduced VFX to the film industry with the camera techniques, whatever was there. And with those limited resources, he was able to create some remarkable work. But if you talk about Indian animation history, that does not is very much bounded because the works were getting done, but those were in very limited spaces. Even the it was not broadcasted easily, and there were limitations and hindrances in India. So that's why some of the puppetries are very famous. And even if you have attended the session of Dr. Atul Sinha, he was also mentioning about this Andhra Pradesh puppetry. These are the leather puppetries, and Tholu Bomlata is the name. And these are some of the remarkable contents. And the Rajasthani Katputli is also, these are the wooden Katputlis. So that's a prima facie difference. But remarkable work came into India when we talk about Indian animation is in 1956. When Claire Weeks traveled from Disney, he was a Disney animator, and he was first time he came to India. In 1956, that was a collaboration of Film Division of India and Film Division of US, and Animation Division of India was to be established, and thus Claire Weeks was invited, and the first animation which was done with these techniques and whatever the cameras and techniques he got to India was the Banyan Deer. And you can see I was able to trace out some images of these storyboards which were done for that remarkable book. And this is the insight of some animation clips which was run, and you will be able to relate these characters as Bambi because the person was directly from Disney Studios only, and the characterizations of these characters you will be able to relate with the Disney works. And he is also known as father of Indian animation, Mr. Ram Mohan. He is no more with us now. And he was the first person to work with Claire Weeks, and he was the person to establish animation in India, and also known as the father of Indian animation. Then the next phase came, which was a very remarkable work. Though there were many works which were created by NID in this time, there were many stop motion animations which were created, but not the technical contents. And this again was a cut paper animation, which was done in 1976 by Ms. Vijayan Mulya and another team people who worked along with them. And this was Ek Anek or Ekta, and we in our childhood were able to see these animations at Doordarshan. It was broadcasted. This was the winner of National Film Awards in 1975 as well. The later stages saw the Indian animation move into a phase when Ramayana came into picture. And Ramayana was the most important content because it was done with the studio of Japanese style. And it was all the Japanese animators which came to India to create this Ramayana. And even the characteristics, we'll be able to relate these characters as the characters which are done in manga and anime series. This was the first commercial Indian animation, Jumbo, and there was celebrities who gave the voiceovers. Then came Roadside Romeo, Kuntle in 2006 was again a remarkable work. And these were all the significant work. But the most height of Indian industry raised, not with animation, but was with VFX. Because VFX was done as the most pioneer content in India, and what was majorly done for outsourcing. Even the movies like Life of Pi, the VFX studios were done, VFX parts were done in India. And this was the first film to apply such a high level of VFX and pre-production part, which was never witnessed earlier in the history of Indian cinemas. So with this movie, the most important thing happened was the Indian VFX industry got established. With this movie alone, there were 36 VFX studios which got established in India. And all the works which started getting outsourced, even like the movies like Ravan and these were done, the VFX part was done in India. Now we are moving to the next segment of Asian animation, and that is the most pioneer of Asian animation. And these are anime and manga. And the Japan holds the most superior quality of animation in Asian animation till time. And the reason being, they are also very old in this industry. They started with the Zen cartoons back in 13th century, and
Varun sir?
the eyes were made very broad of these characters, and this was just to make the expressions more clear of the animated characters. And the discussion debates always go on that who copied who, but this was one of the fact that Japanese characters have the eyes of majorly the Disney characters, and this was the pioneer I was talking about. He's also considered as father of manga and anime, and Osamu Tezuka created remarkable works in the Asian animation, and just give you a glimpse of the quality of works he created in 1940s Japanese animation.
सर बिल आरओ सर्विस
चुपचाप पैसे दे दे
There are so many ads and previews.
Origin of Japanese manga and anime is perhaps a little less famous. It all started with realities of war that would shape his manga writing for the rest of his life. In 1952, after the war,
その前歴を作らなきゃならないんですね。
growing up in the 30s and 40s, Osamu Tezuka was a huge fan of Disney cartoons, reportedly watching Bambi over 80 times. It was the art and animation stylings of these movies that influenced him in his work, taking things like exaggerated facial features and oversized eyes that are now so iconic and signature to Japanese anime. So much so that looking at old drawings of Astro Boy or Blackjack, it almost looks like it came straight out of a Silly Symphonies or Steamboat Willie cartoon. The biggest difference, though, was the circumstances under which these cartoons were made. Walt Disney was making cartoons for an audience that was just coming off of one of the biggest victories in their history. Defeating both Germany and Japan was both a military and cultural victory. The cartoons of Walt Disney were happy, full of pride and laughter. The workings of Osamu Tezuka by Disney cartoons were bright and colorful, full of life and music. Osamu Tezuka often lamented the war and its devastating effects on people and nature.
Now, why it was the quality of animation of US and quality of content of animation of Japanese were not very much blended. There was, if you see American animation, it was always very joyful, colorful. The characters which were not humans, it was all comic majorly in those early eras. And but if you see the Western, these Japanese animations, these were more like bloodsheds. They were adults, humans. These were the part of the characters. And the expert says that because of the World War II, where America won, they were celebrating their glory and victory, and Japanese were defeated in that battle, and that was the major reason of these such variations of animation contents which were developed in these various countries. But Osamu Tezuka made a revolution, and he made certain studios there which got very famous, and also the contents which were created like Astro Boy, Phoenix, Speed Racers. These are some of the most remarkable works of Japanese animation. And the last topic to be covered in my presentation is Chinese animation. And Chinese animation is particularly about these four Bond brothers. And these are the people who have set the Shanghai Art and Film Studios. And though Chinese animation have also not grown much with time, but they were able to create certain contents which were got very famous. And with these four brothers, these were Bond brothers, they have created some really remarkable works, and also establishing the Shanghai Art and Film Studio. Though the cultural reform was the major hindrance to the Chinese animation, and because of the kingship, they were not able to make or express their own contents, and they were all restricted contents, whatever the rulers wanted them to publish. And that was the major reason why Chinese animation never came into picture. And they did some remarkable work. I'll just show you a glimpse of Monkey King, which was one of the most talked about work always in Chinese animation. So this was basically about the Chinese animation, the Warner Brothers, what was the folk arts they created with all these characters, and they tried to make it with the start. They were started earlier in 1920s with certain animation for advertisements, and then later on a stage, because of the cultural reform, they were not able to create much content. And Asian animation, if you talk about Chinese and Indian animation, they are majorly known for outsourcing the works for the pioneer studios of Japan and America. And most of the works are created only for outsourcing in these countries. This was it about my presentation. I'd like to take any questions.
Thank you, Varun sir. It was an interesting presentation on the history of animation. I have some questions, but I think I'll reserve them. I'll just check if there are some more. There's one by Amrita. Okay, that's not, probably that was for the previous.
Yes, not for the previous one.
Okay, so session is open for question answers, please. Anyone from the panelists?
Mr. Barun, it was a very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
In the beginning, I could not see, but later on, what I have seen was good, and there was the input of the history of animation was felt. Nice.
Thank you so much, sir. This is one of the content which I have developed with content language.
Yeah.
And able to relate to contents with this years, and all of this, the sum of all the content Western Asian.
Very nice. Okay.
Varun sir, it was a wonderful session. Thank you for making history of animation interesting with such amazing visuals and videos that you shared with us.
Thank you. And I guess only those advertisements in between were making it amiss. Otherwise, it was going.
Any questions from the panelists here?
Because I have one question, Varun sir. I just want you to give your views, because you also specialize in 3D. So can you just brief about how one who is willing to go into the 3D part, let's say, because 3D involves a lot of aspects like modeling, texturing, lighting. So, but many times what students have the misconception that if we are going into 3D, so even if we don't sketch, so that will work. So if you can put some light on that or your views on that.
Sure, sir. That is a very valid content, because I always start my classes, which I have made earlier mandatory, but now with this online system that cannot be monitored. But if they are senior students, they can let you know that it was mandatory for them to bring 20 sketches each day, no matter what the class was. And the design skills can always be made in 3D, but understanding of it is very mandatory on pencils. It cannot be followed on digital devices. That's what one question was even to the earlier panelist. That if we are even going to the digital form of sketching, we need to go start with the pencils first, then move to the digital sketching, and then finally coming to the 3D. All those are the steps. And generally, if we are trying to climb a ladder with 2-3 steps, there are multiple chances that we may fail down. So all the steps have to be followed. And even in 3D, when we finally go, if you have monitored these new softwares like ZBrush, and there are many more like those which are doing these modeling with this digital technology. And even these also have to, these people who are practicing them should be well versed with sculpture. The basics should be clear with everything. And then only a person can do a good modeling and 3D sculpting as well. So these are very essential things. And the 3D, there are many streams as we have discussed. There's modeling, there's texturing, there's animation. All those things will be changing, but it's a serious advice to all the students here. If you are going into modeling stream, I will suggest you to practice all the softwares, and the specialization should always be there in your final portfolio. But do understand one thing, that there's environment modeling as a part of which is very essential. It will never change, even whatever the softwares come, because every environment needs to be developed in the 3D software only. The characters can be developed in many softwares like ZBrush, it can be developed in Maya, it can be maybe in Mudbox, but the environment always will be done in the 3D softwares, because that changes with every new content which is coming to the industry. So you should always focus on environments as well whenever you are doing the 3D modeling.
Thank you, sir. There is one question in the chat box. For knowledge of design or animation, where should we start studying? Can you suggest some?
It is pencils which we should start studying from. Design may be abstract, design may be realistic, whatever it is. The basics should always be clear, and then only we can move to the contents next. So even if it is designing or animation, we should always start with anatomy study, basics anatomy study. I'm talking about even the most basic, that is line drawings, circles, study to extent of then the body parts, and then finally coming to a posture study, pose study, or all the books which have been shown to you by my previous panelists. And those are the very essential contents you should start with. The moment you start with a good drawing, there are possibilities. Like I was quoting an example yesterday, one of my students of animation who was very good at illustrations, he got a job with a fashion brand like Nike, because he was doing such good abstract designs. He was very dense with those designs, and those were brought by Nike earlier, and then they hired him just to make the doodles on these t-shirts, then shoes. So avenues are unlimited, and you can go with any direction if you are good with the basics. That is for sure. I guess not.
All right. No, there are no questions. So I may ask mine. It's and how I put it. So when I was growing up, like in 1980s, there were these Japanese cartoons which I used to see, and these Japanese cartoons which were dubbed in Persian. And these Japanese cartoons were based on various classical stories, various literary stories and all. And they were like a series, you know, like you have series nowadays. They would go on for like 50 episodes, 20 episodes, and so on. Where exactly does that fit in the history of animation? I've always wondered about that.
Japanese. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. Where does that fit in? I mean, you talked about manga, like 1815, but I don't think it actually has any manga features in it.
Ma'am,
Is there a particular name to that?
those are basically manga and anime. Manga is the comic parts of it, and anime is the animation part of it. What was started basically in 1970s as a series part, and it got so famous that started getting dubbed in many languages. Because earlier, the most content producers were only Disney, and it was very easier even for the countries to get the contents. With the 70s, when television came into role, it was more easy for any part of the world to broadcast its contents, and that's when this contents of series got very famous, and those were dubbed in multiple languages. Even the Japanese animation got very famous in America, and many series which were based on space wars, battleships, these were all getting broadcasted throughout the world. And that was the era when all these broadcasting aspects were very easy, and all the animation. Earlier, only there were projection screens before television, and that was the part when it came into existence.
Thank you. And is it called something? Is there a particular name to that genre? Because
Educational cartoons you're talking about in Japanese?
Not necessarily educational cartoons. Like there are David Copperfield. There's an entire series, some 20 episodes on David Copperfield. There are some 15 episodes on Jane Eyre.
So if it is comics, then it is manga, and if it is animation series like the digital, then those are anime. Those are the two specific names which have been given to the Japanese anime.
All right, thank you.
Pleasure.
Any other questions?
Geetika ma'am, I think we don't have any further questions, so we can close the session.
We can close the session. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you, Kaushik.